Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to our solo character challenge run with the Mime. So, last time we did not quite mimic the luck we had the first time through in the first session, however we did get reasonably close. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly enter Xdev's castle and get a very unique weapon out of here, and walk back outside, and then we're gonna be doing a little bit of an item grind. What I'm looking for is, I'm looking to get well, 4 light staves in order to defeat the boss at the end of this dungeon here. So that's gonna be my goal in order to, well, collect a bunch of stuff. In order to do that collection maybe faster, I have to admit I just didn't do the calculations. I'm going to be looking for acquiring. Oh, you don't have a weapon, right? I'm going to be looking for acquiring a double lance. And you'll see what kind of ridiculously powerful kind of weapon that is here. You can get the mithril dagger of your granddad that once was. And hey Stingleward, no deaths after Atmos either. Well, to be fair, there hasn't been a whole lot of things after Atmos, but yeah. So far, just one. It's actually pretty intriguing. But trust me, once we get to the end of Xdev's castle, maybe even just to Gilgamesh, there's gonna be a bunch of deaths, because that appears to be almost inevitable. We'll see. You just boil up a gallon and a half of tea. Oh, that's nice. What kind of tea, if I may ask? Thank you for the boosts, everybody. That's nice of you. I actually don't know what the percentage is at yet, or anymore, because I can't see the number. I don't know where to look at it. But thank you. Alrighty. It's gonna be a bit of a walk all the way inside and then all the way back, but on the bright side I will be able to grab the items along the way. And then on the second way through I will not have to worry about them and can just go straight for the final area, so it's gonna be a little bit faster then. Today is Earl Grey. Nice. Do you add anything to the tea or just plain tea? I'm always curious about what people's tastes are, because it's like, to me, I'm drinking both coffee and tea in a way where it's like, that's not where I get a lot of responses, that's not how you enjoy coffee slash tea. It's like, I don't know, that's just how I like it. Hello, and welcome. So, weird fun fact, you can walk straight through... Oh, well, I guess we get an encounter first. So here's, by the way, also... Oops, don't hit Travis. Here's also where we can actually see how the Mime is relatively slow. Either way, you can just walk straight through that wall. I have no idea why, but... that's just how it is. And the ice shield is going to be helpful to, well, absorb ice damage, kind of like the fire shield absorbs fire damage. It's kind of neat. Just leaves and water. You like both, but you're a savage that doesn't use sugar, cream, lemon, or any of that stuff. I mean, are you a savage for that? Come on, let's run, fairies. Good job. So, in this area here, there's gonna be a bit of a theme, where running from enemy encounters is going to be, well, kind of slow in a lot of cases. It's going to be okay for now, but it's very soon going to be more and more of a problem, because enemies are more and more difficult to run away from. Oh yeah, I probably should equip a reflect ring, because otherwise I could easily get charm. Well, actually, I'm immune to charm. I'm also immune to instant death. Because I'm having the bone mail equipped. Oh, I still have the power ring. Well, that's not even useful. Let's get the elf cape for physical dodge chance and... I guess this is the same physical defense. Oh. Fair enough. So with the bone mail, by the way, I take double damage from fire. But thanks to having the flame shield, I don't take any damage from fire. So it's still fine. Bolt deals almost no damage because it's a level 1 spell. Good block. That reminds me, I could equip the Guardian Dagger here. The Guardian Dagger is going to give me an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks on top of everything else. Bolt here. Alright. In here we have an elixir, and just on the right over there there's a very unique kind of bow. That bow allows you to have a chance, I don't remember the chance, like 1 in 4, 1 in 3, something like that. A chance to proc the X-Fight or Rapid Fire ability. Which is kind of unique, but you need to be able to equip bows, and if you can equip bows, well, at least in solo character challenge runs you might already have Rapid Fire, so it's still a strong weapon to be fair. On the chest on the left and right there are a katana and a Ice Knight sword, respectively. I don't know which side is which one, but the katana is decently strong, the Ice sword for the Knight is decently strong, so can recommend maybe looking into it. And we have a back attack. You're so mean. I'm immune to charm, and I absorb fire as healing. I'm mostly protected. I still would like to run away though. So this is kind of where the rooms start becoming pretty dangerous, honestly. Because there's going to be potentially a bunch of dragons in here. The dragons, as you may know, they are kind of dangerous and, more importantly, tricky to run away from. At least you can run away from them, so that's a plus. But still tricky. Boost. Thank you for the boosts. And hello, and welcome everybody. Hope you have a good time so far. Yeah, yellow dragons are scary. I could equip diamond piece of equipment in order to reduce the lightning damage. But at least against the red dragons, I have... Oh, that was a quick runaway. At least against red dragons I have the flame shield, which absorbs their fire-based attacks. So we're mostly fine. Nice run. Yep, that was a really quick run. Preemptive strike. So what I can actually do here... soft normally removes a petrification effect from a character. So, turns out golems are entirely made out of petrified material, as in stone, and they instantly die to that. It always hits guaranteed and it always works, so it's kind of funny that way. Also, I have a bone mail. You heal me with that, thank you very much. So the reason actually not to use a reflect ring in this scenario here is because if the Dark Wizard uses Confuse, it gets reflected to the Wall Mage. That is actually kind of scary, because the Wall Mage only casts level 1 and level 2 spells of the respective elements. However, when they are confused, they will start casting level 3 spells. And if they cast that on themselves, like they usually do in order to hit your party, just kind of in a roundabout way, then that can actually deal a ton of damage with their level 3 spells. It's likely not going to be life-threatening, because I only take half damage from ice thanks to the bone mail as well, and no damage from fire thanks to the flame shield. But it's still kinda scary. Alright. It looks like each step in the lava here takes 50 HP damage. Yeah, it is 50. For some reason I thought it was 1/16 of your maximum health. I was wrong. It's just 50. Damage exactly. Alrighty, and we are through the most dangerous rooms. This room here is the same room in terms of encounters as the ones below, so we're gonna be mostly fine. What I'm gonna do here... oh. I'm going to briefly go over there and save. Saving is going to be quite helpful in order to get back, but I just acquired my weapon that I want. Let me put it this way. This weapon here is ridiculously powerful, let's put it this... So, the Air Lancet was my previous strongest weapon to use, which has 56 attack power, which is kind of decent for this point in time. The Double Lance has 61. So just 5 more attack power, which doesn't seem like that big of an increase until you realize that it attacks twice. So it is both stronger on the baseline and attacks twice, so it's like more than double damage compared to the Air Lance, and it's crazy good actually. Alrighty, and that is the weapon I wanted to have out of here, and now we go back to try and grind out the light staves. And hey Riot, thank you for that. Welcome, hope you do have a good time. Welcome to as well, Jan and anybody else who might have joined us. So, I'm going to intentionally fall down here, because that way I can get this chest over here, which is just a bit more money. I don't really need the money, probably, but I can buy more venom staffs with this, which means healing through the bone meal. So now, walking back, the exact same dangers are going to await us. Like before, and especially this floor and the previous floor, well, the one we are going to go to, are dangerous. So these are yellow dragons. These are kinda scary, because they use an ability that deals 25% of our maximum health and damage. Those are 2 yellow dragons, both of them can use that, so that's 50% of our HP gone. So what I can actually do to mitigate that a bit is I can equip the diamond shield in this scenario. The diamond shield gives me slightly less physical evasion, as in only 35% block chance instead of 40%, but it halves all the damage I receive from lightning attacks, which is quite nice. Like the thunder here, which is the 25% that I mentioned. Thank you for the boosts, I really appreciate those. But yeah, I think this is one of the most difficult encounters to run away from, as in the lowest probability each ticket checks. I don't know what the probability is or how frequently it checks, to be completely frank with you. I just know it's difficult, and that's all I have. Right, gonna preemptively equip the flame shield again, because that's generally speaking more important. And with this, we are just going to move further. Hello and welcome to you. There, we have our weapon. Now we are about to just head out, grind out 4 light staves, and I kind of hope that this weapon here is going to be as good as I hope it is going to be. Like, I did say it is about twice as much damage, right? The catch about that is that, well, it might not be as strong as I hope it is going to be. Just purely because the enemies we're going to fight are partially weak to wind. So it ignores defense. Well, also let me do something real quick. Wait just a moment. I just realized. There we go. For some reason when I undo and reset my capture card after I start the stream, it just kind of has a wider aspect ratio, and my cropping is usually... Oh, I just realized about something about my cropping. My cropping is actually adjusted to the weirder one, because I do tend to reset my console once in a while, and if I do that, the audio gets out of sync for no good reason, really. So that then I have to reset the capture anyways. Am I going to switch weapons when it changes forms? I'm not sure I'm going to be... Well, we'll see. If that results in me dealing or defeating that guy in one less, like, transform cycle, then yes. If it doesn't, then we'll see. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the weapon is going to have exactly as many cycles as the air lancet. You have just one hero alive. How can she carry 3 bodies? Well, you see, there's a little wagon that she's ferrying around that she just kind of leaves off screen, and that's where she puts the sleeping guys onto, so they can take a nap for a little bit longer. They fit in his pocket next to the 99 elixirs. That's confusing, yeah. It's kind of one of these things where there's not really an in-game explanation for any of this, so you can't just like point at it and smile, or you can just go, alright, that's just the game mechanic and move on. It's your choice, really. Or we can make up a reason as to how this works in the first place. Similarly as to why we can like make up a reason as to why the other 3 characters decide to go to sleep. It's just part of the challenge we're doing, I guess. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Veiled Fury, thank you. Thank you so much for 5 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. It's magic, don't question it. I mean, every Final Fantasy game has a bag of holding, realistically. It's kind of one of these things where, sure, carry limit and weight is, to an extent, more realistic. But then again, in most games, the carry limit and weight is not realistic in the first place. Some games might be, but if you can carry a certain limit of weight, how are you going to transport, like, entire, like, let's say one stick that is 5 meters long is, well, weighs like a kilogram, and your carry limit is like 50 kilograms. So how are you going to carry 50 sticks of that length? Because that would be really difficult to navigate. It would actually be an interesting game idea, potentially. Maybe just interesting, but not fun to play, but who knows. Where, depending on what you have in your inventory, you might not be able to fit through certain places anymore. Or you may need to load up on rocks in order to be able to walk through the bottom of a lake. So, because they are more dense. And not floating. Let's not enter this rabbit hole. I mean, I'm just doing this for fun, honestly. Because it's fun to think about, in my opinion. Like, to me, it's not an argument. It's just what is important for a game to design and what is not. What do you prefer for your experience and what do you prefer not to be part of the experience? It's just kind of, what do you think is the most intriguing part about the entire concept? In the end, to me anyways. Diablo inventory considers the size of the item as well, right, but only the size, but not the weight, which is kind of interesting to me as well. It gives you a certain management aspect that can be pretty intriguing and involving, which is nice. You obviously tie the sticks together in a bundle. You can even carry your axe in the center. Nice. Alrighty, so I need my submarine in order to go places, so let's go and grab my submarine in order to go places. Actually, I want to save before I go anywhere. It's unlikely I will get knocked out, but technically possible. Outwards, a pretty decent carry weight system. Yeah, honestly, unless I personally am of the opinion, unless you make realism the point of your game, realism, to an extent, can make a world believable. It's never going to really make it real in the sense. Like, I think, which game was it? Or which, there was a YouTube video that kind of mentioned it, that Hitman doesn't make the places that you run through and inhabit real, it makes them believable. There's a toilet in there, but compare one toilet to the amount of people that are around. It is wholly unrealistic that it would be sufficient. But at the same time, because there is one, it makes the place more believable, like more of a thing that could be, in theory. And I think that's actually pretty interesting to me. So a certain amount of like limitations can make it, I guess, for a lack of a better term, make a world more immersive. Which is kind of neat, honestly. To me, it doesn't quite work that way. I largely don't care much about immersion, although when it does happen, it's really nice. I guess it's more of a concept that it's not that I don't care, it's more that it's really difficult for me to immerse myself in a world. Because I always have these kind of secondary thoughts and stuff like that. That's just how it is. Okay, going to go for strength armor and equipment. I deal no damage. And flame shield is fine. Go to the front row, let's go. You kind of prefer the bag of holding method in most games. You find space limits to be arbitrary and annoying. Right, it's like, that's what I'm saying. To me as well, but some people like that additional management aspect. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just a preference. But to me it's more of a concept of, well, unless you make it the point of your game, do I need to worry about it? So by the way, the metamorphoses these metamorpha enemies transform into are always going to be having 0 defense, so they actually have less defense than the metamorpha enemies themselves. The catch is that I'm seeing here, I need 5 attacks in order to defeat the metamorpha enemies. So if I attack now again, I'm going to defeat this guy. But there's a bit of a problem with this because I need to defeat the metamorpha enemies themselves, not what they transform into. So yeah. Oh, I forgot that I wanted to grab more eye drops, I guess. But yeah, the double lance does deal more damage on average, but it largely is rendered pointless compared to the air lancet, because I need to wait anyways. So with the air lancet I could just hold down the A button and win eventually, whereas with the double lance that doesn't quite work as well. So this way I don't have to think about things. And hey Richter Shade, welcome, hope you're doing well. You will play this game, but with Game Shark codes? Well, I hope you enjoy it that way. When I was younger, I was just using Game Shark codes all over the place because, well, not Game Shark codes, but like cheat codes and that kind of thing, because I just wanted to see more of the game, and I was not a good player, so I do think that using cheat codes or cheating devices can absolutely make a game more enjoyable to somebody. Similarly how you can mod a game in order to make it more pleasant to your experience. I fully approve of that. It can't take 4 months to complete it. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I do think if you can just, like, unlock all the shops right away and master them, I can make it just more pleasant. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, alright, yeah, the air lancer is just convenient. I can hold down the... Oh, hey, the first light staff. Nice. It's just more convenient. I can just hold down the A button and we win. It's a 1 in 16 chance to drop, so that's 1 out of 4. Technically, I need a little bit more than 4 in order to push X-Def into phase 2, but practically I can... well, just use something else in order to deal the last bit of damage. There was a cheat code where you could control the enemies in Final Fantasy Tactics. Me and my brothers would verse against each other with each of us controlling one of the sides. That's great, honestly. That sounds awesome. If I'm not mistaken, in Fire Emblem, at least the Game Boy one, you can control enemy units, but it's not an intended mechanic. Does the Mime get anything job level-wise? No. The Mime at 99 ability points, which we're actually soon-ish going to reach. Well, still 92 points. You unlock the ability to mimic. So you can mimic your other party members' previous actions. But beyond that, it doesn't really do anything. Not even a master yet, what an apprentice Mime. Well, yeah. We only just, in-game time-wise, recently-ish, like a week ago or so, became a Mime, so we're not that strong yet, we're not that good yet. We're learning. Yes, only 1 death so far, it's really lucky. We did not die against Carl Boss, which is the most insane part about it. Everything else just has, well, a bit of a chance to go wrong. But for the most part, we did have an above average probability of succeeding. I say above average, above like 50% and stuff like that. Hello, Metal Bear, welcome. Hope you have a nice day so far. And the exploding crystal shop markets in the game gave me a very unrealistic expectation of how to find a career would go. Oh boy. To be fair, Samurai isn't going to die the Carl either. Probably not. I think Samurai is actually decently fast, isn't it? It really depends whether the Samurai has 32 or more speed. Let's see, Samurai. Ooh, actually, Samurai might die to Carl. There's a possibility. I was wrong. They only have 26 base agility. So... Carl actually might knock out the Samurai just because Carl can go before the Samurai. So, well, we will one-shot Carl, probably. Yeah, I'm actually 100% certain. The problem is getting that first turn might take a few attempts because we could get stunned initially. He will be paid 150 gil, leave politely. I might actually just see how far we can push the low-level samurai kind of deal. Just because, why not? Rip your suggestions then. You can still suggest them quite light. Maybe you want to put a disclaimer there as to why you think they may not be, like, traditionally good. But why you're suggesting them anyway and why you find them appealing. That might work. Thank you for the heal. Oh, there's a wrong menus. But yeah, actually, it's probably going to be 150 gil. Unless somebody chooses but, which means it might be 50? Well, what's the first boss that had defense? Galura? Your suggestions are not bad per se, rather special. Well, as I said, if it's something interesting, it might appeal to me too. Oh, hang on, I need to actually, before I forget about it, I need to scroll up in the game suggestions, because earlier somebody suggested... Is it Blue Fire? Blue Fire looked really interesting, but that was a 3D one. Not currently what I'm looking for. I'm trying to make a theme out of it, basically. I must have missed that one. I didn't even look at the pathos yet. I did. Okay, I don't know. Oh, Dandara was the one that I need to put that on the list as well. Is Dandara more of a Metroidvania or more of a platformer? I mean, most Metroidvanias on my list are platformers, but Dandara might... I don't know whether it's more of a linear experience or not. Basically what I'm saying. That reminds me, I wanted to put Super Meat Boy Forever onto the list. Low level also makes your money cannon cheaper, but you can easily make it fly it without leveling, so it is not like you are missing out on elixir farming. Right. Just trying to figure out what useful threshold for that would be. Going to be a bunch of planning ahead. It turns out the double lance, while being technically stronger as a weapon, the air lancer is just way more convenient because I can literally just hold down the button, reach chat and talk to you everybody. It is nice. Okay. Hey Rakidactylus, welcome. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. How are you doing today? Morning coffee. Enjoy your coffee. Yes, Super Meat Boy Forever does seem weird, but I feel like it has a certain intriguing appeal to it to me. Where it is both memorizing stages, but also, like, precision. It's an interesting kind of mix, honestly. I like the idea. Not quite what I expected to be, but it's pretty interesting. Hello, and welcome to you as well, Blood. I hope you have a good time so far. How's the mine run going? Quite fine. I went into Exev's castle to get the double lance, but it turns out the air lancet, while technically as a weaker weapon, allows me to just literally hold down the A button, and I don't have to worry about accidentally knocking the enemies out of commission. The main downside right here is that I need more eye drops, probably. It might be fine. We'll see. We don't get blinded that frequently. Boost! Thank you for the boost, everybody. I think I actually have to wait now, because otherwise I'm going to knock this guy out. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Okay. Oh, wait. The boost started, whatever that means. Thank you, everybody. That's really kind of you. And yes, we died to Atmos. Even though I did the compromised version of the solo character challenge for Atmos, I ended up just, well, getting unlucky, I guess. I took a slow immediately at the beginning, which made us too slow. My luck ran out. Well, not entirely. Just that one specific portion had one ability that hit us. Don't worry, we'll need the luck at the end of World 2 here anyways. After the light staff farming, that is. Still better than Ninja so far? Well, technically, yeah. Yes, Gilgamesh will have also ways to kill us, although having a shield by itself alone will already mitigate a lot of these problems. Plus, being able to equip the Angel suit, or Angel rope, I don't know, the Angel armor, is going to also mitigate a lot of the potential things that can hit us, because we will have a lot of, well, defensive values there. Still, he easily has a few opportunities to just knock us out. That's the nature of the Gilgamesh beast. Oh, he missed the flash, how convenient. Flash doesn't have the best accuracy, but it does hit all enemy targets, so does that. By the grind of this guy, we are trying to get light staves. A light staff is a weapon that we can equip, if you can equip staves, that if you break it is going to cast Holy as a spell. So Holy allows us to take care of the final boss of World 2 much more reasonably slash easily. So here, we already have one light staff, but we need a few more. A light staff is a pretty decently strong weapon overall, in terms of like just breaking it over an enemy's head. Then you cast the holy spell, kind of like if you break Ice, Fire, Thunder Rod, it's going to cast the elemental spells. It's however going to just cast these spells with, well, 241 base attack power, and XDef at the Underworld 2 is weak to Holy Element. On top of that, it is very important that we do in fact defeat him, or more specifically push him into phase 2 as quick as we can. What is the drop rate? 1 in 16 chance. We want to have 4 of them, we need 3 more basically. Yeah, so this is going to take a while. That's alright. Good thing you got settled in. Yup, this could take a while. Or we could get really lucky. Either way, it's just a matter of time until we get them. Like B tower? What is the B tower? Oh, thank you for the healing. Oh, I see. For the wall ring, right. Yeah, to be fair, it is a decently high rate of encountering the wall knights. Barrier tower. you keep shortening the words and phrases for the various areas, and I'm just like stumble over the what do you actually mean for like a minute until I finally understand, or you just tell me. I'm not that fast. I'm kind of slow, despite being a speedrunner at times. Kind of weird. Okay. Alrighty, I'm going to take a short break and refill my coffee, so I'm gonna be right back after this counter right here. Okay, don't forget to heal and be right back. Quick break. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's just keep walking left and right. I think it's frogs with an S. Maybe? Oh, what? I actually knocked that guy out. Did I get a preemptive strike and I just didn't realize it? Oops. Because I was just kind of reading stuff on the side, to be honest. Funny story, as a little boy he learned how to spell the word through. He thought, oh, that's how you sound it's written. So every word with similar sound is spelled with an O-U-A-G-H. Nice. That's kind of what I did. But at some point you learn that, well, certain words are just spelled differently. Yeah, hey laundry, yep. We actually just started farming for steaks, basically. And welcome, hope you have a good time so far. Also, maybe you're compensating for terrible spelling. You know, I understand that, that's fair. Then again, I personally learned that instead of like trying to specifically read what people write right there, I try to understand what they mean. And it turns out that usually leads to a much nicer conversation. Like, sure, you could point out the spelling stuff, but why? Unless you're trying to write a book or make an impression for a specifically like a written column, I don't think it matters that much. Spelling PH was really very hard. It is very hard for you as a German. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense to me. Spelling is not easy, but that's kind of why I go like, alright, as long as I understand what you mean, why not just go for it? It's just that I'm kind of slow personally in terms of like shortenings, so it always takes me a few seconds, or I even may need to ask as to what people mean. So it's just more a thing of a, I try, but I'm not the smartest person. I think, anyways. Anyway, I'm gonna go outside and restock on eye drops and healing items, I think, because turns out grinding here might take a bunch of these. Plus we can actually save the one night stuff we already have. So that's progress. Not quick progress, but it's progress. Took me about 2.5 years to learn that words don't make sense. Also, they hit you. I don't know. I don't instill feelings into words. But a lot of them do indeed not make sense. Didn't Breath of Fire have a bunch of baffling shortenings? Yes. To be fair for Breath of Fire, the main reason why a lot of the words in there are shortened is because of character limits. So the item in question from Japanese would translate into something like Seed of Rejuvenation. So how do you fit that into a 6-character limit? That's kind of difficult. I don't actually know whether that's an item in Breath of Fire, but just kind of as an example. The obvious better way to do it is to actually have the programmers that created Breath of Fire make way to have more character limit and space, rather than just replacing the Japanese characters, which is what they did, I think anyways. You remember Bumcle CL and Salt BL? Yeah, there's a lot of these things that are really difficult to understand what they mean, honestly. There's a lot of these, that is very true. Marble? Yeah, I still don't know what marble, or... Is it marble? I don't know. Or... One I distinctly remember is when it was like, okay, you want a C nut. What is a C nut? Where do I get a C nut from? Until somebody in chat pointed out, because I was streaming it at the time, it's like, it's a coconut. I was like, oh, that all of a sudden makes so much more sense. Good morning and welcome. I hope you're doing well, B-Dragon. Robotrek had armor naming figured out. I see. Oh, I was trying to walk across here in order to have an easier way to get the hero later, but apparently that's not an option. Didn't realize there was a river. They got taken out in later Breath of Fire iterations. You could say they lost their marbles. Ah, good job. Okay, I think that's all I need to do here. I think so too, Rickadactylus. I think so too. How much does the light staff vendor for? I didn't check, but I can tell you in just a moment. It sells for 1,350 gold. So not really worthwhile as an item to make money. Mime single solo character challenge, so freelance but worse. Largely, yes. There's a niche use for the Mime ability, but not really. And yeah, actually it's a good point. Even though it is kind of mostly freelancer but worse, it's not bad. Especially if you compare it to some other classes that struggled a lot more in certain parts. Being able to equip all armor types and shields just helps a lot already. Wasn't Breath of Fire's one final boss basically, okay, I turned into the ultimate dragon, now I get a guaranteed critical hits for the next 4 turns? Pretty much. Something like that anyways. Like Breath of Fire was... you turn into the dragon thing and then you just wait until you win, holding down the attack button effectively. Which, by the way, I still distinctly remember as a kid when I was actually kind of annoyed by that ability, so I chose not to use it because it was really boring. Turns out there's a good and bad ending associated with that. I never knew there was a good ending. Yeah. So yeah, you can mime breaking a rod, but basically what you're miming is the inherent action the character takes, which is using an item. And if you mime breaking a rod, you no longer have the rod because you broke it. So you're just miming using an item that you may not have in your hand anymore. And that's kind of the short version there. Although, oh hey, another slide stuff, nice. 2 out of 4. On the other hand, miming using elixirs or high potions or other regular items actually works the way where you mime using those items without using them again, which has saved us already a bunch of elixirs, so it's not terrible, like it does have its uses, just very niche. Any plans to play on Breath of Fire 2? Plans? No, but I would like to sometime. Breath of Fire 2 was recently-ish released on the Switch, Super Nintendo stuff thingy. And I played the beginning, and the beginning was very intriguing, so... it would be nice to get around to playing that sometime. What was the worst struggle you had with a solo job, and which job was it? Kind of depends on what you mean with worst struggle. Technically, the Berserker took the longest because it was literally like 80 hours of grinding or something like that in the same spot in order to get past Soul Cannon. So that's kind of a struggle, but it's more of a test of patience rather than difficulty. I think the biggest struggle, ironically, was Geomancer probably, because you were just so limited in what you could do, and your stats were, well, a mage. At least the Berserker, I knew exactly what I was getting into. In the Geomancer, I thought I could do some clever things in order to, like, improve my odds of getting by certain places earlier than, well, other people have in the past, but turns out, not really. Wow, another light stuff already? Holy cow. We just need one more. You've heard good things about the translation patch for Breath of Fire 2 as well. Interesting. That's good to know, actually. Because I was planning on playing the Switch version thingy, but if people tell me that I should play the retranslation patch, that might be what I'm gonna do then. If I ever get around to it. So yeah. Dancer was kind of an interesting struggle because we had plenty of damage, even if it was very variable. But the problem with a Dancer was the low maximum HP. It was actually kind of crazy. Geomancer has some very strong moves, but for some fights you have nothing that works. Yep, literally Soul Cannon. I think I spent more than 10 elixirs getting past Soul Cannon as a Geomancer, because, like, what are you gonna do? Attack with a dagger with a character that has effectively the strength of a mage? So yeah. It's not difficult, but just grinding out the elixirs in order to get past Solcan was, well, it took a while. Honestly, I feel like the most tricky part about Geomancer was I could have beaten the final boss, Neo X-Death, way earlier than I ended up doing, in terms of levels, but I couldn't really beat X-Death at the end of World 2 much earlier than what I ended up doing, because effectively you're relegated once again to using a dagger with mage stats on a boss that has abilities that just instantly kill you if you don't push him into phase 2 quick enough. So we needed to get really lucky to get past X-Death at the end of World 2. And X-Death, or Neo X-Death, it was just a matter of avoiding the white holes until we got to phase 2, and phase 2 was relatively easy, unless we, well, except for Grand Cross, but beyond that. Thinking about it, there's actually two changes I would make to the Geomancer class. One is I would make their final unlockable ability the ability to choose which terrain action you take. You can associate an MP cost with it if you want to, why not? So their MP has some uses. But that way you can choose which terrain action you get, and that would make them like infinitely more useful already. And then, another thing I might want to change is give them the Rune Bell earlier, like a decently strong spell that you can use earlier in the game than where you end up getting it. Because let's say if you get the Rune Bell in, well, World 2 somewhere, that thing would actually be pretty competent as a weapon. As it is, the Rune Bell is the only weapon that can be even remotely considered useful as a weapon for a Geomancer. But it's kind of suffering from the same effect as all the other bell weapons. Their scaling is actually kind of insane, through the roof so to speak, with fully scaling off of agility and magic power, which is a really crazy strong double dip in terms of like stats you have as a Geomancer. Except that all of the bells have really low base attack power, so you just end up doing pitiful damage, because if an enemy has any form of defense at all, it's just instantly much worse than any other dagger weapon you could use. Is he a fix for Geomancer to make him Mog? Not quite. Mog is a different approach to a Geomancer, which I think is pretty interesting too, honestly. I like the idea of how Mog works, but the idea is more, Mog you can choose which dance you do, so basically, in a sense, you choose which terrain Mog emulates. However, for a Geomancer, what I would want to do is I would want to give him a list, kind of like a spell list of abilities, that is based on the terrain that you're currently on. Like, right now it would be the cave terrain, where you can have cave-in and all these kinds of things. You would love to have Geo make Mog's cute dancing noises. Yep. Mog's dances are really strong. But basically, Mog is both a Geomancer and a Berserker in the sense that once you start dancing, you can no longer control Mog. So, to compensate for that, they made Mog's dances really powerful in their own right. And I feel like that makes Mog actually worth using for the most part. Sure, it might not be as reliable or straight up strong as other character classes in Final Fantasy VI, but it's still pretty strong. And yeah, I think that's probably a much better way to concisely put it. Give us a spell menu based on the terrain we are on. As I said, I think it should just be like the final unlockable ability of a Geomancer, because that is really powerful in a lot of encounters. But it at least would be situationally very powerful. Your favorite World of Ruin combo was Flame Shield, Merton, Debilitator? Oh, I see. So, if I understand this correctly, the Flame Shield absorbs fire-based damage, Merton hits all characters on screen with a lot of fire-based damage, and Debilitator changes the enemy's weakness, or elemental weakness, around. That's kind of neat, I like it. In a weird kind of way, that's actually like the Oracle. Honestly, in my opinion, one of the classes I had absolutely no idea about before doing the solo challenge in this game here was the Oracle, and it turned out to be one of my favorites in the end. It's a really wacky and weird class to use, and frankly, it is so out there. Oh, we just mastered Mime. We can now have Mimic as a secondary ability, so we can Mimic and Mimic. It doesn't do anything, in case you're actually wondering. But I just think it's funny. Also Flame Shield back here, please. But yeah, Oracle is one of those classes where it's not fun to use if you don't know what it does. It's just really dangerous for no good reason, honestly. But once you know what it does and how it works, that is when you can strategize around its effects. That's when it becomes interesting, in my opinion. Because Oracle is really powerful, not quite on the level of Gladiator, Necromancer or Cannoneer, but it's not far away from them either. But because of how obscure it is and how it works, it's just not really worthwhile using unless you read up on how it works. And welcome to If That's Whatsoever, and welcome to Spellzilla's our site. I hope you have both a good time so far. Welcome. Yeah, we can now export the Mime stats to the Freelancer. The Freelancer and Mime stats are the exact same. But even if it did do that, it doesn't do anything. Baseline stats anyways. Well, back attacks I think just makes the most sense to just run away here. Because I have to move to the front row, then he already transformed, I would have to switch weapon to keep up the damage, it's fine. Plus the hidden monsters actually start with the same advantage they have in the ATB as the Metamorpho itself. How many staves of life are we trying to pick up? 4 total. I have 3 already, so we only need 1 more. It always felt like Meteor and Ultima were way too strong and should have the unfocused flag like White Wind, Quick Hit, Merc. What does the unfocused flag do? I'm actually gonna be too late now, because we got hit by eye drops, or well, blindness twice. Unless one of the physical attacks doesn't matter. Nope, it does matter. So actually I have to wait here. Unfocus hits all targets friendly and otherwise. Honestly, I think at least Meteor would be entirely unusable if it did that. It already doesn't target a specific enemy, does it? It just targets random enemies. So if you just randomly kill your entire party, nobody would use Meteor. It would just be irritating rather than useful in any useful capacity. Similarly as to what the problem is with the Oracle class in Final Fantasy V, when you don't know how the techniques work. Ultima? Well, at least I guess there would be a strategic element to it. Meteor in Final Fantasy VI is a normal AoE attack. Oh! I see, so it's different in Final Fantasy V. Chain. Oh no, you might actually kill me if I don't heal, huh? The normal area attack. Well, like, oh, right, I remember how Meteor looks now. Those dinosaurs killed me with it. I don't know, I feel like it would be really hard to justify using it either way. Welcome to your PMA. We have 3 light staves out of 4. So, kind of almost done, but then again, that almost could be this fight here, or it could be, well, another 30 minutes. Nearly there, hopefully. Kind of, sort of. preemptive strike. So it's actually going to be irrelevant what the Metamorpha turns into in that preemptive strike. If it's going to be the guy that blinds me, I'll have to switch over to the double lens for one attack in order to make up for, well, spending one turn not actually attacking. But then I can actually just one-cycle this guy rather than two. Oh, there we go. We have our fourth and final light staff that I was looking for. Nice. If we get one more on the way out, that would be kind of neat, but I'm not specifically going to be looking for it. It would just kind of help a little bit with the final boss fight, but it's not going to be required in any capacity. Alrighty. Ready to rumble. Still going to kill the Metamorphos on the way out, as you might expect here. Give me just 20 seconds, everybody. Okay. I didn't heal. I need to be a bit careful on this encounter. Should be largely fine. Very predictable damage from the Gala Cat. Also, I think I haven't seen a single one of these cat kicks being blocked, so I'm not sure whether you can block them. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Alrighty. Well, the climb back up against the Exodus castles is going to begin shortly. It's going to be mostly the same as before, except that I already opened up the relevant chests. Oh yeah, 2 things I want to do before that. I want to go and grab float. I want to buy venom rods, and I guess a third thing, buy high potions. I will likely not really worry about high potions anyways, but oh well. Since I want to buy venom rods anyways, might as well grab them along the way. We want the berserk stick. It would have been potentially useful against the metamorpha anyways. Because I remember when we did the grind for the light staves as a white mage, I berserked myself afterwards. So you can berserk them so they don't transform. But I decided not to go for the berserk stick. Just because it would potentially level me up, and I kind of want to stay at level 41 for the challenge. I don't know how reasonable that is going to be in the long run, because our maximum health isn't that great, but yeah. That was the plan. Alrighty, let's see. I don't have a way to reset encounters, but that's okay. I'm just going to try it here. So, but I'm going to try... Do I have an ether? There it is. Yeah, I do have it. Alright, what I'm gonna try and do in here is I'm trying to get into an encounter with one of these sting eagle enemies. You're not a sting eagle. The sting eagles, when you confuse them... Let me get some physical defense here. Off cape. Alright, the sting eagle enemies, when you confuse them, they have a chance to cast float on the player character. So that is exactly what I'm looking for here. I'm trying to get float from these guys. However, the catch might be that they will just not cast it. Plus, the way I can confuse enemies is with the dancing dagger. The dancing dagger has a 1 in 4 chance to confuse enemies if the dance move procs, which is a 50% chance. So effectively, every time I attack, it's a 1 in 8 chance for me to, well, use the correct dance. That's not the greatest odds. There is one. But that's the only option I have in order to try and get float. Float is just going to be mildly useful in the battle coming up. It may prevent one spell from hitting me, if he even uses it, but any damage you can mitigate on the boss fight at the end of World 2 is always useful. Where is my dancing dagger? Hello? Ah, all the way up here. Okay. Wow. Confusion gotten first try. No, the thing is, that guy can still kill itself by just attacking itself. It has such low HP that even a single physical attack from itself will knock itself out. So, let's give it an ether and hope for the best. Because they also have no MP to begin with. So we just hope that we're gonna get float here. That's it. I'm waiting. Wow, first try? Seriously? I guess our mime luck is back. Yeah, that's true. It will also save us potions from the floor tiles. If you float above the floor tiles, you don't take damage from them. Now, important, I need to not use an inn or a tent or a cottage, because otherwise the float effect will be gone, since it is kind of considered a buff/debuff that just disappears after a certain amount of time. Alrighty, that went ridiculously well. Always lucky, apparently so. Okay, we're going to buy venom rods. Entering the city from below is slightly faster than that. Cleaning up on high potions. And then we're off. Actually, how many Phoenix Stones do I have? Let's get a bunch more, just in case, because I will have to do Barrier Tower and Antline anyways. Alright. 16 Venom Rods, up to 21. And yes, that is indeed something they do. Although it's something they did more than once too. So there is an enemy pretty early on in Hiryu Mountain. Just because before you get the first time the Hiryu to fly around the world, that enemy has Flash. Flash is a blue mage ability that you can learn, but the enemy does not have enough MP to cast it. So you need to give it MP in order to cast Flash, so you can get your blue mage blinded, so you will be able to cast the spell yourself later. And it's a very useful one, because blinding enemies in this game is very powerful. The Pervert Tombstones? Why Pervert, if I may ask? This is not the only Final Fantasy that does that, yep. I mean, it's a very clever way of going about things, honestly. Makes a lot of sense to me. So, gonna go back into the back row so I don't take as much damage from these enemies in Guardian Dagger for physical defense. Okay. I'm also going to pick up this Diamond Shield here. Just because it's worth a bunch of money and I might need some in the future. But Gao can learn its rage. Ah, I didn't realize that about the Rhinox. Nice. Yeah. I think in the end, Final Fantasy V has one of my favorite types of complexities. Each individual part of the job classes are relatively straightforward and easy to understand. Maybe some are a bit trickier. Like Blue Magic, in concept, might take you a little bit until you get used to it, but afterwards it's kind of straightforward. The only thing that is truly like lots of trial and error is just the chemist mixes. But even that, if you think about it, it is simple in concept. You mix two ingredients together and you get an effect. It is difficult to try and memorize or figure out all of the mixes yourself, unless you just do some extensive research. But beyond that, it is simple on a baseline, but the complexity comes with all the interactions you have between all the character job classes that you can mix and match together. So the individual parts, each job class, kind of straightforward, but the complexity really is mixing and matching them together and finding synergies, or just covering one of the weaknesses of other classes. And that's kind of the most intriguing thing to me about this game. You don't think you've ever seen Yaga play another Final Fantasy than 5? I have played 6 and 9 on stream before, actually 1 as well. But it's just not as frequently because I do challenge runs for this one, so just kind of sticking to this one. Oh, they are called Flasher? I see, I think the name in this case is more literal than that, I suppose. But that's fair, I suppose. Eyeglass. Hey Ryu, and welcome. Hope you have a good time so far. I just saw your question. Give me a second. Because my first reaction is, so what does mastering Mime job give? You're guessing the mimic command for use on other jobs? Yes, exactly. Which... why would you ever use that, I wonder? I don't know. Maybe it's just for the sake of completion, so you do get the mimic command in order to use it on other job classes, or maybe each job needs to have something to master, because programmatically it might be that otherwise it would be a bit more complex to implement a separate job that is not a freelancer. I don't know. No matter what the reasoning is, probably makes a lot of sense regardless. So opening up this chest, which is empty, will trigger the boss fight against Gilgamesh here at the top. Hey Electrofunk, welcome, how are you doing today? Who honestly knew the boss fight for Mime didn't die the first time? I did actually. Well, I didn't know about it beforehand, but I instinctively did the right thing, Gamora. Let's see, what do I want here? Let's see, upcoming we have the fight against Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is one of these fights where he has a lot of things he can do, and he is not directly dangerous to kill you, but he can destroy your stats and levels to the extent where you won't be able to keep up anymore, and well, I guess he does deal pretty decent damage too. Sitting in the back row with decently high armor should largely mitigate that problem, however. Alright, I'm going to equip the Angel Robe because it gives me some of the highest magic evasion with 25% by itself. Let me actually check something real quick. I wonder whether the wall ring is useful in any capacity here. Where is it? 9. Not everything you put into the food box is gonna be eaten. Probably. Alright, let's see. Sonic Wave, Tiny Song, Range Dance. Yeah, most of the things cannot be reflected anyways. It's fine. Elf Cape gives me physical evasion, which can help a bunch. Magus Hat gives me a bit more magic power. And also more magic evasion with +5. Flame Shield just for the physical defense, he neither uses fire nor ice damage. Guardian Dagger to start, so if he uses a physical attack initially, I have an additional chance to block it. Alright. Welcome to Gilgamesh number 4. He has 13,000 HP, no particular weakness, but the only thing you could ever do to him is slow him, with a slow spell, but well, I can't because I don't have the slow spell. So yeah, he has a lot of things he can just really do to destroy you with Tiny Song. You know, that's actually pretty awesome. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna stay tiny actually. I actually forgot about that. Was a part of a strategy I wanted to use too. If I'm tiny, my physical defense is 0. So instead of having like 20 physical defense, he will deal a lot more physical damage. But my flame shield, instead of 40% chance to block, has now an 80% chance to block. Because being minutes raises or doubles your evasion chance. Specifically the aviation chance with the shield, it doesn't affect anything else. But that's a lot of physical block chance. Alrighty, let's do the standard thing that we did before, trying to defeat enemies. Just use an ice rod here. That is 9 to 10 ice rods in order to defeat this guy. But yeah, if he hits me with a physical attack, it will hit like a truck. Even if I'm on the back row, just because my physical defense is terrible. We resisted the frog song, that's very nice. Number 3. Time slip, we resist. Actually, we are immune to that thanks to the bone mail carry over. That's fine. Can frogs break rods? No, actually, I don't think so. Frogs are inherently bound to not be able to cast spells, and that does include breaking rods, if I'm not mistaken. They can, however, throw ninja items. Specifically, the elemental scrolls are still full power, whereas throwing items as a ninja, no matter which item you throw that deals physical damage, it has its attack set to 3. They rip it apart. So if I was a frog, I couldn't actually do this. I'm pretty sure anyways. I have to admit I wouldn't be willing to try. Because this is a fight that can go really, really wrong. Rocket Punch, Tiny Song, I'm already tiny. Thank you for not making me not tiny. I'm just gonna keep attacking here. I don't even know how much physical damage he does. 2 more elemental rods to break in order to win here. And I do have more fire rods to use. Yep, actually it's only 848 damage remaining that I need to do. Wait, no. Wrong way around. I only need to deal 152 damage in order to push him into the next phase. So as long as I survive here, which is questionable, I will win. But I need to survive, which is potentially a problem, because he attacks like 4 times in a row here. Ooh, I'm a frog. Rip it. I'm still tiny, by the way, even if I'm a frog as well. So my block chance should still be the same, I think. Yes, we are a floating frog. Okay, going to equip the Guardian Dagger again, with a 1 in 4 chance to block more. And I'm just gonna... You know what, let's not be stingy, I'm gonna use an elixir to heal the fall. So yeah, we largely just completely avoided anything bad Gilgamesh could do. Frog ready to fight. I love this sprite, this is actually great. Frog just defending. Okay, we win. Wow, first try. Can we test rods? We can test rods now. Now it's not dangerous anymore. I was wary because he was still dangerous beforehand, but now we can test rod. Oh, it does work! Really? I was wrong. Huh. I was entirely wrong about this. You know, we don't need to unfrog ourselves. This is fine. The frog can block with the knife too. Yep. Frog is just looking like, I'm gonna fight you. Come at me, bro. I'm gonna fight you. Hello and welcome. I mean, there's no reason to unfrog myself if I'm not going to unmini myself. Because the frog is effectively the exact same status effect as mini, except that you don't get double evasion and you are no longer able to cast any spells except for, well, Toad as a black magic spell specifically. So we can just stay a frog right here. There's literally no problem with this. Bone mail for defense purposes. Hello and welcome to US Grunt. I hope you're doing well. Remember Piggy from Final Fantasy IV? You don't know how it is different from Toad in that game. Yeah, I know there's Piggy status in that game, I don't know what it does actually. Alright, first try Gilgamesh. Kind of nice. We did have a decent chance of first trying him, but he had like a 50-50 shot there, just knocking us out anyways. Ow. Wait. Give me a second. That was a rapid attacking from the back row, wasn't it? That was way too little damage. We have 49 baseline attack power with an attack multiplier of 6, so they do 300 damage divided by half, so 150. Right. Okay, so let me put it this way. This doesn't make any sense. The reason why it doesn't make any sense is because I should be taking way more damage from the rabbits. Oh no, wait, it's halved. No, it is fine, never mind, it is fine. I forgot that I was in the back row too. No, it makes sense, it's fine. I was just wondering, wait, does doubling up on Frog and Mini return my defense value? No, it doesn't. It's literally just because I'm in the back row and the enemy attacked from the back row. That kind of confused me there. Alrighty, welcome to XDev. So let's just get into the fight and die, I suppose, because that's what you usually do when you get into this encounter, because the very first thing XDev does, where's my light there? The very first thing XDev does is he has a 1 in 4 chance. Wait, I need the, excuse me, I need to actually equip the equipment that I need. Wall ring, Lumina rope, Magus hat. Lumina rope gives me more magic power, so my spells deal a bit more damage. I think I'll reach a new threshold with this. I'm actually not sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. Well, it might matter. Whatever. Wall ring reflects spells. Flame shield just absorb. Well, it's physical damage block for us in this case. And the very first thing XDev does is with a 2 in 3 chance, he will cast Condemn on my character. Condemn puts a clock above my head, and that clock counts down to 0. Once it reaches 0, I'm dead. Which means, unless I have an insane amount of damage to beat that Condemn clock, I will lose. And let me tell you, as much damage as we have with the first few light staves, even with a full arsenal of light staves, we would not have enough damage to beat that Condemn clock. Consequently, if he chooses to use Condemn, we're dead. There's not really much we can do about that, aside from maybe scout out the battle. So we only have a 1 in 3 chance to survive this first turn, and we did not. Right, but just kind of to demonstrate what we would do is we would go ahead and use the light staff, break it for massive damage. So, XDev has a total of 32,786 HP, I think, or 68, it really doesn't matter. He hits like a truck physically, and my goal is effectively with the first 4 light staves to put him below 16,000 HP remaining, which means I need to deal almost 17,000 damage to him in order to do that. Because in his first phase, he has 10 separate AI like possibilities where he can just choose various attacks that can hit like a truck, or you might get lucky that they don't, etc. And I wonder whether a frog cannot block physical attacks. Either way, in short, he has a pretty decently high chance to just kill me on the first turn. But then, after we survive that first turn, which is just, well, we have to keep trying until that happens, that's not really much of a way around it. After that happens, we need to effectively deal enough damage to push him into his second AI phase, where his second AI phase would normally be more dangerous, mainly because I think shields might not work as a frog, by the way. It would normally be more dangerous because he attacks twice per turn, but that is what the wall ring is for. Because he frequently uses spells in his 2 turns, I will just largely ignore those attacks entirely. So yeah, I think the shield doesn't work as a frog, so unfortunately I feel like I have to... Excuse me, I have to remove the frog status, even though that'd be funny. I keep the mini status once again. Mini status doubles my chance to evade attacks with a shield. And blocking 80% of the physical attacks is kind of a big deal, rather than 40%. Our physical defense, on the other hand, is going to be zeroed out, however. Mini does not increase magic power. It sets your attack power to 3, regardless of which weapon you're using, but there's various weapons that don't use attack power. Okay, they use a magic attack power stat. Thank you. Alrighty, now we're just basically hoping to get the appropriate luck here, where he doesn't use Condemn. And if he uses Condemn, I might as well reset. But I'm actually gonna experiment a little bit here, just to see how much damage this does. It's 13... yeah, okay. So 4 lightning light staves are not gonna be quite enough damage in order to push him into his second phase. However, in conjunction with the... well, just breaking a single fire rod, I will be able to push him into his second phase without any trouble, so that's nice. Rapid T100 would remove my float status, but it can be reflected, which might come in handy later. So yeah, not a whole lot else to mention. Aside from, let me actually maybe illustrate all his different abilities that he can do and that we need to be aware of. Earthshake is the reason I'm floating. It's only about 600-ish damage, but, well, if I can just for free avoid 600 damage, that's great. Hurricane would put us into critical HP, but, well, we can resist it if we're lucky. But we need to get lucky. Either way, it's one of these turns that we need to be really careful about. Let me real quick calculate whether that +2 magic power is even worthwhile in any capacity. So, unfortunately, Frog has to go. Sorry, Froggy. I like you too. But... oh well. So... let's see. I will have 29 magic power. If I have 31 magic power instead, does that make a difference is the big question here. So we're level 41. We have an attack or magic attack multiplier of 8. I have 31 spell power. I will have a magic attack multiplier of 8. Curious enough, I need a tiny little bit more magic power. Oh wait, I only have 28 because Elf Cape is gonna be gone. Right. Alright, either way, it does not matter if I get the +2 magic power from the Lumina Robe, so I might as well equip the Angel Suit for the additional magic evasion instead. So I think this is gonna be my setup in order to try and take on X-Def. Okay, let's go. Also, did I increase the death counter? I did not do that. Oh, Breath, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to you. Right? Feel free to correct me. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna illustrate this. Wait, that's the wrong window. Give me just a second. I don't know how this will look Might have to adjust the window size in just a moment. There we go. Alrighty, real quick, XDev here is going to be using a number of abilities. So, as usual, in Final Fantasy V, when you attack an enemy, you have the enemy, or excuse me, an enemy that attacks you has a 1 in 3 chance to use any of his abilities on any given turn. So this is turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, 5, etc. So XDev has... oh, actually he has 11. Did I miss a number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... there's no 6. Ha! I did miss a number. Good job. Either way, he has 10 different AI turns that XDev can use. So in his first turn, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use the regular attack command, which is what we need in order to begin the battle, and 2 in 3 chance to use Condemn, which effectively instantly kills us. And once again, our goal is to defeat or push XDev below 16,000 HP remaining before he cycles through his 10 AI turns once and gets back to using Condemn. So second turn, he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Dynamo, which we can resist it, but it just pulls us into the front row. For safety, I would want to move back into the back row because his physical attacks, especially his specialty physical attack, hits like a truck. His specialty physical attack is called Vacuum Wave, which deals, I think, double damage. So it is about 1,600 damage if we get hit, or more even, because we are mid-it and have 0 physical defense. So it is pretty dangerous, to say the least. On top of that, it inflicts HP leak status, but that is also kind of dangerous. His third turn, he can use Gravity 100, which removes all float from the entire party, unless we have Wall Ring, which we do anyways. Demi, which would reduce our health by half. However, it gets reflected anyways, but it does not work on enemies that are flagged as heavy, and XDev is considered to be heavy, or he just attacks. In his fourth turn, he will always do a physical attack of some kind. 1 in 3 times he will use a Vacuum Wave, just hitting like a truck with his physical Vacuum Wave. It's really strong. In his fifth turn, 2 out of 3 times he will use Earthshaker, which we are floating. Thanks to the float, we actually completely circumvent that. Or 1 in 3 times he will just do a physical attack. So Earthshaker is what we want. Then his sixth turn, he can use physical attacks, again Vacuum Wave for attack, or Flame. Flame is 25% of our maximum health in damage, which is like 407 damage exactly. Unless I'm using a Flame Shield, in which case I will actually absorb the damage as healing. So I guess there is actually elemental damage, I didn't even consider that. So the Flame Shield is in fact better than the Ice Shield in this scenario here. In his seventh turn, he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Hurricane. Hurricane will put us into critical HP, meaning 9 or less HP remaining. If he hits us with a Vacuum Wave just before that, we have to wait, because if he uses Vacuum Wave, which inflicts HP leak status on us and we continuously lose HP, and then Hurricane right after, we would instantly die. We might still die if the Hurricane sets us to 1 HP or 2 HP, because the elixir thingy might just take too long to proc instead. Either way, it is kind of a deadly combo that might just be instant death if we're unlucky. We'll see. Then on his 8th turn, he can use Zombie Breath. Zombie Breath is a ridiculous attack. It's poison-based damage, which you're actually immune to, thinking about it. Ah. Angel Robe is amazing. Either way, it is poison-based damage, and its damage range goes from 50 blaze line attack power up to 200. Minus whatever magic defense we have, and it's pretty high. Even though we are minute, our magic defense is actually still the same. Then, also he can just Vacuum Wave instead. Then on his 9th attack, he can do a physical attack 2 out of 3 times, or cast Bio. Bio is a poison-based attack, which can get reflected. So while it deals 0 damage to XDev because he's immune to it, he actually still suffers the HP leak status from the Bio effect. Consequently, he takes like 100 or 150 or 200 damage from this anyways, so it's kind of nice. And then level 3 Flare, he is in fact level 66, so a reflected level 3 Flare does in fact work, and it will deal just about 1000 damage to him if it's reflected or Vacuum Wave, which is not pleasant. Alrighty, now that we are through that, let the grind begin, because we just need to get lucky that he hopefully does not use his Condemn first turn. Okay, Napshot, thank you. Thank you so much for 14 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Alright, hey, we get a good attempt right here. So, this means we are going to go ahead and use our light staves, break it over his head, and we hope that we deal enough damage. And we hope that we don't get hit. Ooh, that's actually a low roll right there. Dynamo, we resisted it. Nice. That way I don't have to manually move back into the back row. Let's see. Excuse me, I'm keeping an exact track of the damage, so I need a little bit more time for the menuing. Alright, light staff number 2 out of 4, 3952 damage. Just under 8000 damage so far. Demi is fine. Next is going to be his physical turn, and he is fast enough that he actually gets 2 turns in a row right here. I'm very briefly going to wait to see what he does. If he hits me physically, I will want to heal. We have a really good chance to block it thanks to being minute, but I don't want to chance it. If I get hit physically, I would have to heal because he gets 2 turns in a row here, or he would have if I didn't just wait. Since he is a fair bit faster than we are. Alright, last light staff right here. This is not going to be enough to push him into phase 2. That was the Earthshaker turn. Next is the Flame or physical attack turn. Let's see. Four, 304. Alright, we are just about 700 damage away. Nice, thank you for the heal. I actually completely forgot that it can use Flame, so I was wrong about, well, Elemental Absorb not having any effect. Fire Shield is just good. Okay, and this is going to push him into phase 2. Now, because we have such low maximum HP in comparison to previous characters, it's not over yet, but it is largely over because he now attacks twice per turn, but frequently in these turns he will, as a matter of fact, just use, well, spells. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm equipping the Guardian Dagger, which gives me an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks, and I'm gonna defend. Because if he hits me twice with a physical attack right now, even though it's only a 4% chance, it would be really bad. Also, that miss right there is because it was the second attack, it was a physical attack that we blocked, but it just didn't play the block animation, so it just said miss instead. Alrighty, we are in phase 2, which is the most difficult part for a lot of solo characters to reach. Not so much for our Mime, apparently. So literally the entire plan is in phase 2, is just to defend, until he knocks himself out with magic attacks. I'm mostly worried about his physical attacks, which is why I'm defending largely. I could accelerate his death by just breaking a bunch more fire rods, but I may want to use those in the pyramid, so I'm just gonna be trying to be safe. I actually have no idea how much damage he does with the vacuum wave, or even a physical attack, because we haven't gotten hit yet. Chances of getting hit pretty low, still very possible. Also, as you might be able to tell, Xdef does a lot less damage with his elemental spells than we do when we break the rod. He has a surprisingly low magic attack. Unleash the tiny fury, Ferris. Yep. Right now, to give you a frame of reference, we have a 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks, on top of an 80% chance to block physical attacks, multiplicatively. So, what's that? 1 in 4, 20 is 5, so we have an 85% chance to not get hit by his physical moves. It's actually kind of surprising that we haven't gotten hit yet. Because at some point you should hit, right? But I'm defending, so even... I'm in the back row, so I only take half damage anyways, but defending halves that again. In case you're curious, we are just about 7000 HP away from defeating him. And in case you're curious, I might just do the rest of the game as a minute character because blocking physical attacks with this frequency is amazing. So far, Mime's still stronger than Ninja. Maybe. I'm really worried. So he can double vacuum wave, which is why I'm defending. Because if he hit us with double vacuum wave, we would probably be dead. Unless I unmini myself, but then consequently he would have a much higher chance to hit me. Okay, we are just under 30,000 damage done. Just over now. One more counter spell attack, and we might be able to finish. Actually, it needs two in order to guarantee finishing him off with a fire rod, I think. Ah, it's just right. This might knock him out. Yep, alrighty. GG. Farming the light staves made this relatively trivial, honestly. And being minute, on top of that, we didn't even get hit once. Wow. It is actually kind of a first try, if you think about it that way, because if we get condemned first turn, the only characters who can actually push through the condemn and technically defeat X-Dev before they get killed are like the White Mage, Time Mage, and maybe the Chemist, if you just farm enough light staves. Yes, Mini Shield is amazing, honestly. It's so crazy good. Okay. World 2 complete. And we have a total of 3 deaths. Still ridiculous. Which, to be fair, it's a 1 in 3 chance to not get hit by Condemn, so I guess he just proves us exactly right. And welcome to you, King Smashington. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Being able to equip certain pieces of equipment, as I've mentioned before, it is an ability. It does feel a bit cheap if you are like a Time Mage or a Red Mage, etc. that just breaks the rods in order to play pseudo Black Mage for a second. Well, I guess maybe less as a Red Mage. But, as a Mime, this is kind of your only real avenue of dealing really good damage. Okie dokie. Here I need to remove all equipment from Ferris because she's briefly not going to be part of our team. Okay. Working as intended.
Hi, don't mind me. I'm just arriving here.
As a minute person. Are we going for the Genji Shield for max minute power? Yes, that is the plan. That is why I can relatively easily defeat X-Dev at the very end. With just level 41. In fact, I could probably defeat him way before that. Oh my goodness, I just realized I could have probably defeated him way before that if I don't even use the haste boots. I could just use a wall ring instead. That's so stupid. No, actually, never mind. I need the shell status. Otherwise, I'm not gonna survive an Almagest easily. Or alternatively, just barely enough maximum HP to survive Almagest. That cheering background music is nice at that point of the game. It is, I agree. Wow, wow. Exdef will be able to kill us with both Meteor and Cross. No, actually, Grand Cross? No, we are immune to it, if I set it up properly. That's the funny part. Meteor? Yes. Yes, actually, that's a really good point. I kinda forgot about Meteor, but yes, that will probably kill us once or twice. Unless we run him out of magic. Right, I suppose we could do that. Dark and light attacks at once? Don't they cancel out like inverted radio waves? Well... not really. They are more of a... like you're throwing the entire coin rather than just one side of it, if you put it that way. Because darkness is really just the absence of light. Or vice versa. Light is just the absence of darkness because you illuminated something. So there's just two sides of the same coin. Does that mean Samurai uses both black and light magic at the same time by throwing money? That is not how most elements work in the most games. To be fair, Antipode can be understood in the sense that it just creates really hot water. Because if you melt ice and boil the water, you get like hot water and or steam. Which, by the way, Magica, which is a pretty fun game, I should play that again sometime. Kind of illustrates that really well with the wacky combinations of magics you can use. It's great. Thermal shock? That actually makes a lot of sense too. You remember Magi Master from Final Fantasy VI with his final Ultima, which did like 6,000 plus on everyone, and shaving his 50,000 MP down. Well, until you learned about Live 3 anyways. Oh! Question about Final Fantasy VI. Can you give an enemy an ether or elixir in order to reduce their maximum or current MP below 10,000? Because you can do that in Final Fantasy V, when an enemy starts with like 50,000 MP, you just give them an ether and boop, they have 9,999 left. Just because the game does not allow you to heal above 9,999 as a player, even if the enemy starts with more than that. How do we negate countdown zombie from Grand Cross? Oh! Oh, I'm not immune against Grand Cross. You're right, I forgot about the countdown. Oh no. I'm immune to zombie with the Angel Ring carryover, but I'm not immune to countdown. I forgot about that part. Wow, okay. Grand Cross is going to be more dangerous than I hoped it would be. The 1 in 18 chance to die then. Yeah, I forgot about that. Alrighty, for a change of pace, what we're gonna do is we're going to turn Kara, as usual, into the Mystic Knight here. So this is just kind of what I do by default in this situation here. So, the next boss here is going to be an Antline. And realistically, if you manage to sneak past Exdef, the Antline is not going to be particularly much dangerous anymore after you defeat Exdef. But it is still a little bit dangerous to say the least. But at the same time, if you defeat Exdef at the end of World 2, Antline is more of a, like, mini-boss that is just slightly in the way. Because we don't have fairies in our team, our main solo character, I'm just using anything I need or can in order to get past Antline without really worrying about it too much. But it's basically like the encounter with Gilgamesh with Galuf. It's like, just do whatever to get past. He's not part of the main show. If we were to choose Butts as a main character, we would even get to defeat Antline. It's not that Antline has 0 chance of killing any of the job classes. It's just, again, if you defeat Xdeath, chances are you won't have any trouble with the Antline either. So that's just kind of as a brief explanation on the situation. Normally I actually turn Butts into a dancer and just wait until we win. Hey, Sonic Wave, level halved. Kara is now level 1. Oh wait, she already was level 1. But yeah, Sonic Wave is the reason why it is very... Oh, I forgot. Oh, my doofus. Huh, can't mimic that, huh? I forgot to give them... I forgot to give them Mime. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to use just Rod Breaking as an item. But I can't do that right now. Because in order for the Mime to have an attack at all, I need to unlock at least one chop ability. That's the second time I made that mistake. Let's just say that's an additional death here because I'm a doofus. Even if that's a doofus, that's still a death technically, because I lost that battle. There was not really much of a way to win it from that point. Alright, I guess we gotta just go dancer then. We're just gonna go dancer. Oh well, I'm not smart. But sometimes that's alright. That counts as a derp, not death. It still counts as a death technically. I've counted certain deaths like that in the past, so it's like... eh. Curse of the Mime. Yep. So yeah, Antline can be put to sleep, and then you can use anything you want in order to defeat Antline as long as it doesn't wake it up. And we only really have 2 options with level super low level characters that don't really have a way to combat this thing in order to defeat him. And those 2 options are dancing with a dancer, because that doesn't cost any MP, and the other option is to... By the way, that's why I bought Phoenix Suns. The other option is to use a Geomancer with Gaia. Neither of those cost MP and can deal actually decently reasonable damage. Without, well, the main cost problem is really MP, because you have barely any MP at level 1 or 2. Alright, and that's it. Dance for some reason does not wake up Antline. And... I'm just gonna pin down the A button. Then I'm gonna get some coffee, because I actually forgot to do that last time. So I'll be right back and enjoy the show. Alrighty, I'm back. I have coffee. Hello everybody. I have no idea how far we are in the damage, but just for reference, this thing has like 8100 HP if I'm not mistaken. So it might just take a while. In case you're wondering actually, if you attack an enemy with a sleep blade from a Mystic Knight, it is a guaranteed put to sleep. So normally, status effects have a chance to hit in this game. Except for some reason, if you apply the status effect to a Mystic Knight, it is guaranteed. So even though we are way lower level than the Antline, just applying the Sleep Blade to your weapon and then attacking guarantees, as long as you don't miss the attack I guess, that the Antline goes to sleep, and he has no evasion. So that means it guarantees the Antline goes to sleep. Hey, there it is. We win. Now the other part of this would be if... maybe you're wondering, why don't you just continuously attack with Kara as well, with the Sleep Blade? The problem with this is actually, when you do a physical attack against an enemy, it wakes them up from the sleep. And even if you attack with a character that has the Sleep Blade already, the next physical attack will wake them up without putting them back to sleep immediately. So you would need 2 more attacks in order to put them to sleep. Technically, if you align 2 characters' speed exactly, what you could do is you could have 2 characters use Sleep Blades simultaneously. One wakes that character, the enemy up, and immediately the other one puts him to sleep by just holding down the A button. That can technically work, but practically, with a single Mystic Knight, doesn't quite work. Delicious goose. Oh yeah, we have a lot of gears in our food box right now. I remember. Sometimes I see the chat before I start the stream, it's like, huh, somebody decided to put a lot of something to the food box. I love it actually, it's great. Poco. Poco, 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 poco. Poco is a great name for a chocobo, by the way. Just poco, 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 poco. It basically makes the sounds that you expect a chocobo to make when they are moving around. Poco, 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 poco. Hello, welcome here. I hope you have a good time so far. What do you sew with? Excuse me. I don't do anything with anybody who either saves or puts procs into a food box. It's just a silly little side thing that people can do if they want to. There's no reward in either direction. You know, I'm just always thinking of Frog from Chrono Trigger, where you summon a gigantic frog. The lower frog's health is, the more damage it does. Which, by the way, it's an attack I actually use pretty frequently in my casual playthrough. It's great. You know, I just realized I'm probably gonna put Bocce into the platformer list. I love that turtle. It's great. I must have a large collection of frogs by now. I'm not collecting them, they're just living by my pond. It's the same one still all the time. I just keep resurrecting them after the rabbit accidentally romps one of them. Teenage Mutant Ninja Guido. Yep. Hero in a full shell, stage Guido. Or something like that. Wasn't it quite and work when the chocobos did noises, including Boko? I mean, yeah, quite and work is just quack, is the traditional sound, but Boko is just kind of the sound I imagine them to make when they are just walking along, without necessarily making any specific noise. It's just each step they take is Boko, 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 Boko. That's just how it's in my head, okay? Why can't Guido be our fifth party member instead of Kara? Probably because drawing new sprites for him would be a lot more involved. Because it's a turtle. But it would be great to have like a Black Mage Guido, where the Black Mage hat is just on the top of his turtle shell, rather than his head. You still call them Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles from time to time? I mean, both is correct, all things considered. Don't see anything wrong with that. Alrighty, welcome back to the team, Ferris. Let me go ahead and revive Kara very briefly, just so we can give Ferris back her equipment. Normal, empty, except for the metal dagger. And you are normal and empty, except for the metal sword for you. Okay. Oh, right, equip Ferris too, maybe. You know, Guardian Dagger is better than average, I guess. Bone Mill is fine, Elf Cape, however. Alrighty, ready to rumble. Kara is adorable in a lot of the outfits, yes. Honestly, I really like Kara's sprites overall. It's just kind of a weird disconnect that she is more of a kid-like character, but her sprite is just as large as the other characters who are clearly meant to be adults. That's just kind of the only disconnect that is there to me. The sprites themselves are great in my opinion. By the way, you can completely circumvent this cutscene here by just stepping one step down. There's a cutscene here where they would talk about the tree and stuff. Nunchucks are forbidden in a lot of European countries, or at least were, so they banned them in the kids' shows. Really? Were there no nunchucks in the European version of that? And swords aren't? Don't think too much about it, I think it's probably the way to go there. Huh, I did not remember that at all. Then again, the main introduction I had with the Teenage Mutant whatever Turtles was through the video games for the NES as well as the Super Nintendo Turtles in Time game. So that's kind of the main reason why I know about them. And the orange guy always had nunchucks, that's just how it is. Although, the only two names of the turtles I know for certain are Leonardo and Donatello, because those were my two favorites. I like Styx weapons. The others are Michelangelo and Raphael, but I don't know which one is which. Alrighty, so welcome to the Forest of Moor in World 3, where we can get a very, 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 very powerful weapon, the chicken knife. So this guy tells you that if you're brave, you should go and pick the chest on the right. Chest on the left. If you are a coward, you should pick the chest on the right. Basically, you have the choice between the Brave Blade and the chicken knife here. The Brave Blade has 150 base attack power, which is insane compared to any other weapon. Like the strongest weapon we have right here is the Double Lance with 61 base attack power. But every time you run away in the entire game, not just right now after you get them, in the entire game, you lose 1 attack power on the Brave Blade. So yeah. The chicken knife is the exact opposite. You gain half an attack power every time you run away in combat, up to 127 attack power. Now the chicken knife actually can even be stronger than the Brave Blade. Not because, so it has pretty ridiculously high attack power, let's put it this way. That's just kind of a, that's kind of a big deal. But, even more insane is, the Brave Blade scales only with strength. Plus it's only a weapon that Knight and Freelancer and Gladiators can equip, no other characters. So it's very, very restrictive. The chicken knife can be equipped by almost any other character. This is from the back row, dealing over 1000 damage to Kara. With a physical attack, a Mime who does not have much physical attack. So the chicken knife deals a lot of damage because it scales both off of strength and agility equally, just kind of really, really, really strongly. So yeah, it's a pretty crazy strong weapon, honestly. Alrighty, beyond that, you're just gonna use the chicken knife here for a while. Also, the chicken knife has a 1 in 4 chance to run away from combat whenever you try to attack with the regular fight command. There's nothing you can do about that with a Mime, but other characters do have abilities to circumvent that chicken knife flee proc. Then again, maybe you do want to run away from a combat encounter that otherwise has really low chance of running away, and the chicken knife's additional 1 in 4 chance is actually not too terrible. Alrighty, either way, welcome to the Gargoyle Guardians. It's more of a mini-boss that just guards the area. You need to defeat both of these guys at the same time, otherwise they will just revive each other. Huh. Missing them is very, very rare. They don't have much evasion, plus daggers do half enemies' evasion as well. Can't run, 1 in 4. Also, the chicken knife gives you plus 5 agility, which can be quite a big difference for your speed. Can't run. And yes, I have 2 mimic commands, because why not? I learned the mimic command, so I might as well give the Mime the mimic command. They have 5000 HP each, by the way, in case you're curious about that. Oh, use fusion. Well, that's kind of interesting. Sure. So, fun fact. The gargoyles can both use fusion at the exact same turn, if they feel like it. Wow, that's 4 running aways in 6 attacks so far. And The funny thing is, Gargoyles using the fusion thingy is supposed to target their allies and heal them both to full, both HP and MP. So they're running away from this. But because they target their fusion attack or ability randomly, they might just target themselves and their ally doesn't get healed at all. So that's kind of funny. It's a 1 in 4 chance to run away, alright? It definitely feels like a lot more right now. Hey, the guy fused again. The other guy has just as high of a chance to fuse. By the way, is every fourth turn a 1 in 3 chance. I think. So it's not terribly frequent usually. Alright. Hello, welcome. That probably should heal here, huh? So my only way of healing with the bone meal is of course just breaking the venom rod over my head, or casting a bio spell, which unfortunately gives me the HP leak status, but still have all the benefits of the bone meal while still being able to heal. How much did we progress today? Well, we went to farm for light staves and defeated X-Death at the end of World 2. And here we are just basically shortly after that. So quite a bit ahead to say. Alright, where's my chicken knife? I really need to rearrange my inventory sometime. Alright. While rearranging, I actually completely forgot who I attacked. I think I attacked the left guy twice so far. The right guy still has full HP right now. Don't run. Oh no. Alrighty, both of them now have less than 1000 HP remaining. So what I want to do is I want to just break a rod over their head. But unfortunately it's not gonna deal quite 1000 damage. Not gonna knock them out. But one more rod will defeat them as long as they don't fusion right here. And we should win. Bonk. Goodbye. Alright, not the most straightforward battle, but also not the most difficult one. Just takes a while to set up, especially if you keep trying to run away, fairies. Welcome to the pyramid. There's a bunch of interesting treasure in here that I don't feel like I'm gonna pick up most of them. Thinking face. So there's these snack enemies. They do give a bit of experience, but not a whole lot of interesting things. Plus you can't run away from this battle. You would think eventually fairies should learn that. I don't think I've ever died to an Aspis, but maybe today is the first time. Nope, they don't have that much HP, so a single chicken knife attack deals a lot of damage. Chicken knife attack is dealing a lot of damage, more than just breaking the fire rod on a single target in fact usually. Just because of the nature of the chicken knife scaling both with agility and strength, just kind of having two multipliers added together, it's really neat. Oh, I needed lightning rods for these. Do I have lightning rods left? I do, too. Oh. I forgot about the machine heads. Wait, I don't need these. Especially not in the front. Ah, that's fine. You have enough fire rods. But these things are not weak to fire, are they? Nope. They have just about 1500 HP if I'm not mistaken. But Ferris. Proc chance Master Extraordinaire, I guess. It just dodged all 4 attacks with the Elf Cape, which is only a 1 in 3 chance each time. These guys do hit pretty hard. But 3, well, elemental rod explosions should do the trick. So, and the reason why I may want to open up this chest here is because it's another flame shield. If you didn't get the flame shield earlier, this is your first one. But the reason why I'm getting it is because it's a lot of money if I sell it. So there's that. Also spikes, they will poison you if you walk over them. If you're floating, they don't affect you. Or if you have a Geomancer in your team, either way works. I did not mean to mimic, I wanted to attack. Come forth, evil one! Okay, the minions, the Zephyr Zone summons, I forgot to equip the chicken knife. Good job. Are a bit of a different breed than what their normal counterparts are, even if they look the same. But they largely act and react the same. So yeah, I'm just trying to run away from this encounter. It's a 1 in 4 chance to proc the chicken knife's flee effect, and this time I actually do want the flee effect here. Thank you, Ferris. Okay. Moving on to the next section here. We're gonna actually use the Lumina robe and the Magus hat for this next section. Oh. Here we have these machine head enemies. And they are... oh yeah, I forgot to use fire. They are weak to lightning. They do have 2 lightning rods. I wanted to say that I specifically saved the lightning rods for them, but I would have forgotten. They have about 6000 HP, something like that. But they can use really scary abilities like Surge Beam. This is the same Surge Beam that the Soul Cannon had earlier. 50% of your maximum HP gone. For the entire party, by the way, not just one character. Missile 75% of my current HP, so we're still fine. No more lightning rods though. Alright. Decently dangerous, not really much to gain from defeating these guys. Unfortunately, I think I have to fight another one. Yep, alright. Kind of hoping to get by them. But we can't just defeat them with the chicken knife. The chicken knife does deal good damage, but again, chance to run away. Seemingly 100% right now. I think they can use a Surge Beam every other turn, but they also have a chance to do nothing on some of their turns, which this guy just did. I should really switch over to the Flame Shield, huh? Because Ice Shield doesn't do anything. Flame Shield, on the other hand, can absorb that emission attack. Surge Beam again. This is why I have to have over half my HP remaining. Thank you for the heal, I do appreciate that. They can also confuse you if I'm not mistaken. Mustard Bomb is also unpleasant. But I should knock him out here if I actually attack. I do attack. Nice. Okay, but these guys are not necessarily the most dangerous enemy around. The most dangerous enemy is right here. Oh boy, this is why I wanted to have more fire rods available. But I might have used a few too many. We'll see. Okay. Magic equipment, defense, let's go. So this is the mini-boss encounter with 3 mummies. The dangerous thing about the mummy is when there's only 1 mummy remaining. Each one of them does actually hit pretty decently hard, and they are surprisingly fast as an enemy. So my job is going to be here to find my... are the fire rods up there? There they are, all the way up top. They're weak to fire, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't want to have one mummy remaining, because if there's only one more mummy, they will frequently use Dance of the Dead, which turns one of your characters into a zombie. And the problem with this is, of course, that if they targeted the fairies with Dance of the Dead, which they can, they would just turn her into a zombie. I'm not immune to that status effect. Okay. There's a bunch of elixirs on the right side, a thornlet, which is a heavy armor, and on the left side I think that's a dark robe. Basically an endgame medium armor with +1, +2 agility and +1 strength. I think I'm wrong about that. Either way, it's decently good, but we can get those later as well, so I'm not gonna worry about them right now. Beyond that, we're just gonna move through the pyramid, more or less in a straight line. I will go out of my way to try and get some more money, I guess. Identifies? I don't know. Just lore-wise, we don't know anything about that Murthas. But Ferris is just pretending to be a man because the pirates would never accept a female leader. Well, canonically, I'm pretty sure these pirates are nice enough that they don't really care either way, but that's just kind of what Ferris tells you. Beyond that, we don't know anything about it. Maybe, maybe not. He doesn't like to be in a dress, and the queen for that matter, which is fair. Personally, I'm just like, I don't know, maybe, maybe not. Make of it what you will. Your headcanon can just be whatever you want it to be. Alrighty. In here, there are... Oh, that's a rare encounter. You don't usually get to see that one. There's a gold hairpin. Gold hairpin reduces all magic MP consumption from spells by half. It's insanely good as a headgear. Doesn't give you any stats, gives you very low physical defense, magic defense, but just halving all MP costs is kind of crazy good, honestly. So you may want to pick it out just for that. Falling down here gives us an elixir and a bunch of money over there on the right side. There's a chest a little bit further down south that contains a cottage, which is kind of like a tent, except that it heals you both HP and MP back to full. Like Lena says, who cares? Ferris is Ferris. Exactly. Well, I like Ferris as a character. He's great. So one of these chests contains a guard ring, which is one of my absolute favorite pieces of equipment, because it gives you regeneration and a lot of defensive stats, like it's 10 defense and a bunch of magic defense, and the regeneration status is one of my favorites in video games because it just passively heals you. Why not? I just really like it. Also, weird fun fact, if you have a guard ring equipped with an automatic regen status, if you put your character into the last slot and the second last, I think, if you get into combat, they will... oh, I did not mean to fall. If you get into combat, they will automatically get a regeneration tick instantly. Regeneration ticks are based on your vitality and level? Yeah, I think it's both vitality and level that the regeneration ticks are based on. So, yeah, there's instantly 79 HP healed as soon as I get into combat, which does not happen in the frontier. The other chest contained the ribbon, which is by far the best headgear equipment for most purposes. There's some minor exception for different uses, but unfortunately the ribbon can only be equipped by a dancer or a freelancer. Unfortunately, not Mime. So the chests, by the way, I'm skipping. Most of them contain dark matter, which is a chemist ingredient for mixing. But I'm not a chemist, and they sell for 1 gold, so it's pointless for me to pick them up. Isn't there a ribbon in the castle escape after the fire crystal? Yes, there's one too. This is the second ribbon I think you can get in the game. Wait, no, there's another one. One is in Karna Castle, one is right here, one is from the little kid. There's the fourth one, there's another one. Is that in the void? Pirate, yep. Probably Jin Kirby. Again, as Leda states, Ferris is Ferris, and Ferris is awesome. No matter what else. It's great. Alrighty. Welcome through the pyramid. And do I want to be in the front row? Back row? Does it matter? Maybe it matters, don't know. This is where a flame ring would be very, very handy to have, but I don't have a flame ring. I could use a wall ring, that would be weird. I've never tried that. Would heal Merugine the entire time. Would need to run her out of magic. That would take forever. Alright, I'm gonna go into front row. Alrighty everybody, after this lengthy cutscene here, it is revealed that Xdev in reality is a crab, because just look at him scuttle sideways once he appears. But more importantly, there's a boss fight here. The boss fight is going to be Merugine. If you can put her to sleep, it's very easy to dispose of her, but well, we don't have that option as a Mime. Merugine has 20,000 HP, and she has 5 different forms with a shared HP pool. So initially she's going to be weak to fire, and you always know she's weak to fire initially. You don't automatically know without testing and probing what her other weaknesses are going to be in the subsequent turns. Technically you can kind of claim what she may be based on her spells that she uses based on the form, because she never uses the elemental spells that she is weak to. So if you see her using fire, she's not gonna be weak to fire anymore. Either way, the first 3 turns she just does regular attacks and spells. The next 3 turns she has a 1 in 3 chance to barrier change into one of the 5 possible weaknesses. 4 possible weaknesses. She can be weak to lightning, weak to fire, weak to ice, or weak to physical. She has really high physical defense as a baseline, except when she is weak to physical, basically just means she has 0 physical defense. Our chicken knife is strong enough that it will still deal pretty decent damage, despite the high physical defense also. And well, we just want to take advantage of her being weak to fire as we start the combat. She can also switch from fire weakness to fire weakness. It's entirely random, you never know what it's going to be. So, here we are. And yes, Merugine has unique steals. If you steal from her, each form has its own steal, and those are leather helmet, leather shoes, leather armor, and something else. Either way, make of that what you will. Okay, fire. Pretty good damage. Not as good as I would like it to be, but I'm going to definitely keep taking advantage of her being weak to fire until she barrier changes. The physical defense, as mentioned before, is by default really high, unless she coincidentally switches into weakness to physical attacks. This is why I wanted to keep a bunch of fire rods, by the way. This is the exact reason. Ice 3, I think she changes here. Yep. She always uses a signature spell before changing into the next form. And well, I don't know what the next form is. I'm certainly not going to use another fire rod, because if she is not weak to the element, she will absorb it as healing. And that's, well, pretty bad for me. Okay. No, where's my chicken knife? There it is. Always drops all the way down, just because of the nature of how inventory management works. Pretty irritating, but it's fine. I'm going to heal here, I think. No, I survive another spell. And we are just about below 10,000 damage done. Let's see. Oh, she's weak to physical attacks. That's lucky. She can also skip her first few turns if she feels like it. It just does. Thank you for the heal. Pretty kind of you. Let me see. 2320 about this. Yeah, one more attack would kill her here. But I think she changes with Bolt 3. No, she doesn't. Alright! Getting lucky again. What's up with that, Mime? Mime is the luckiest class so far. Where does she hide that armor? I mean, I think the implication is that she just has a stash somewhere on the side of screen. Probably. So you, as a thief, you just sneak by the enemies and grab something from their stash. I think that's how it works anyways. Because if you go and steal from the Gygas enemies in the Escape from Karnak Castle, you steal elixirs from them. So basically, you open up the chest that contains an elixir, you see the Gygas enemy, you steal an elixir from them, and then you run away. So of course you just sneak by. So lucky. Yeah, this is almost literally as good as it gets, because after one barrier change I would not have used the fire rod spell anymore. Actually, I guess I could have done a physical attack with the fire rod in order to probe whether she's weak to fire without healing her too much if she wasn't. Alrighty, and welcome to World 3 proper, where we finally get an airship to fly around the world, I could say. This is also where we finally can restock on elemental rods, and I feel like I stocked up on mostly just the right amount. We have just like, what is it, 3 fire rods left over, so my calculation worked out just fine. And Lena is kind enough to start out sleeping. Yep, sleeping is what he meant to say. Not the mobiles. Yep, don't worry, we get them back soon. Yep. Then again, we actually are going to do a good chunk of the World 3 content before going into the Void, because I want to have the Wonder Rod and I would like to get an Aegis Shield. The easiest way to get an Aegis Shield is to just go into history. If I want to get the Wonder Rod anyways, might as well. The spell stick for the Rug Wizard. Wait, where do I get one from? Can I get one? Oh yeah, the Isteritos, right. No, I don't think... Well... I guess it would increase our chance to be able to defeat him without having to wait until he's out of magic. Yeah, it's a rare steal though, isn't it? Either way, welcome to World 3 proper. The first things we do is we of course visit Mirage Village. Mirage Village is, well, a hidden village, as you might be able to tell. And in here we're going to find a number of very useful tools that can help us on our journey. But why are you in the front? Where is this in the front? So let's see. First of all, I'm going to sell what I no longer need. I never need a double lance anymore. As much as I like it as a weapon, it has served its purpose. I'm gonna sell it. What else? I don't need 2 fire shields, so I can sell these as well. Gonna keep the venom rods, of course. I can't use a ribbon, unfortunately. Gold hairpin is worth 15,000 gold. Can't use it either. Well, I don't have any use for it. I could use it, but it's not useful. Soot and full moon, we don't need anymore. We can sell 1 flame shield. It's worth 20,000 gold. Keeping the other one. Then I'm going to sell the stealth rope because we're gonna get a better one here. Green beret, same deal. It was useful for while it lasted. Sell the gold shields. We don't need them since a long time. And as much as I love the guard ring, it's just not as useful as other pieces of equipment, so I'm gonna sell it too. We don't have any use for the diamond shields anymore. Selling them as well. Tricorn hat, we are gonna get a better hat in just a moment here. Dark matter, we're keeping the bandana in case I find use for it, because +3 strength is unique. Morning Star we don't need. Ori Halcon dagger did serve as well, but we're selling it for now. Gaia gear, same difference. We don't do earth-based damage anyways. Strength armor, I'm never going to really use this, it's fine. And even if I could just buy a new one. Air Lancet I'm gonna keep because I might use the Sildra summon from the magic lamp. Excalibur, or Excalibur actually, can't really use it because I can't use swords. Okay, what else? I think that's largely it. Okay, before I go and shop here, the most important thing to do is to buy Hermes sandals. Sir. Hermes sandals give us a ridiculous amount of stats. Well, not stats actually. Also, tiara is +3 intelligence, which is as good as it gets for a headgear equipment, and makes you immune to confusion. It's actually fascinatingly good. Plus, if you are a dancer, the tiara will replace your tempting tango with a sword dance instead. So you have a 50% chance to get a sword dance instead of 25%. So it's really good. Yeah, tiara, more magic power than the Mega's hat. And let's see. Here, I'm going to get a black mage robe, which is +5 magic power, way better than the Lumina robe, which I think is +2. And we will use a lot of magic in the upcoming areas. Dark robe is going to give us agility and strength, so pretty decent. Dark hood is, well, more agility. Circlet is also +3 magic power. It has more physical and magic defense than the tiara, but it does not give the status immunity. Plus, I don't really care much about the physical side of things either. Crystal shield gives us 45% physical evasion, which is actually pretty nice until we get a Genji shield, so I will be getting one of these. I pretty much never use a crystal shield. This is the one time I do, I guess. Crystal helmet is a well, high physical defense armor. I'm not gonna use it because I'm pretty much always going to use major or, well, agility equipment, but it's decent, not bad. But it does not give you the half damage taken from lightning like the other weapons do. Next up, I'm gonna grab a hidden weapon over here. That is the Thief's Knife. The Thief's Knife has a 1 in 3 chance to proc the steal attack command, which, well, tries to steal from enemies. So we now have an ability to steal items from enemies is desirable. Alright, and it turns out I need to run to the bathroom, so I'm gonna do this real quick. So let's say a 3-minute break. Be right back, everybody. Alrighty, I'm back. Wait, how did that guy get back into the grass? Hello? Sorry about that. Hi. Which dude is missing from the town that could do that? Oh, I think it's this guy here on the left side that's normally there. No, he's here. Go talk to him, he has something cool. But I don't think you can get there as a player character. I think one of them just walked out of bounds here. I had no idea that could happen. Here, go the other way, dude. Normally they have like limits on how far they can walk. There's a box around places. Maybe there's always been a secret grass guy back there? Possibly. I just didn't know about him. Bye, mystery man. Indeed. Yeah, I have no idea how that works. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Either way, we have done our shopping. So we now have a nice arsenal of really useful types of equipment, depending on what I need. And I have the running shoes. The running shoes give me permanent haste, immunity to sleep, paralyze, stop, and slow statuses, so it's just crazy good. On top of that, haste is the most broken buff you can have in the game, because you literally go twice as fast. Which means if an enemy and you were about the same speed, you got 2 turns for them getting 1 after getting hasted. Though it's the exact other way around too, by the way. Just like haste boots, way too good. Okay. There's no hitbox because the middle is just a mirage. Probably. Alrighty, beyond that, there's a few things else that I want to go and grab. Here, let's go to Baka. Where we could just go Baka around the world. Also, we're going to grab our magic lamp. Plus some tools from this area here too. So we have 1 tablet which allows us to get 3 unique weapons from this area here. And one of the enemies you can encounter here is the XDev Soul enemy. Easy to run away from. Defeating it only gives you like 1 dark matter and not much else. Has a lot of health, but well, you can reasonably easily defeat him if you just use the Sage Staff on him. He's undead. And it's just kind of a random type encounter where remnants of XDev Soul are just lingering in the eternal darkness of the sealed castle? Something like that. Either way, there's a number of pretty interesting weapons around here. However, as a mime, we can only really use 3 of them, which is convenient because I can pick up 3. So this is the Wizard's Rod. The Wizard's Rod increases all your elemental attack power and spells by 50%, except for water. You deal 50% more damage with everything else, though. So that's neat. Then we have the Sage's Staff. The Sage's Staff is an interesting weapon because it deals 8 times damage to undead creatures, ignoring their defense. So it's a staff type weapon, so not a whole lot of characters can use it, but if there's something in it that we can actually just poke it from the back row for full damage. It scales off of magic power. We don't have a whole lot of that, but because of 8 times damage, it's still pretty decent. And here we have the Assassin Dagger. The Assassin Dagger has a 1 in 4 proc chance to trigger the instant death attack. So, can be useful. It does also have pretty solid attack power by itself. The trees have souls. I don't know. How do you measure whether something has a soul or not? The reason for extra soul to appear is that this is the same spot as World 1 where XDeath was originally sealed. Oh, that's why the seal... Oh, I didn't actually know that. That's neat. I actually had no idea about the lore implications, honestly. Thank you. Alrighty, we have our legendary weapons, all of them that we can use anyways. With the freelance it's actually gonna be a lot of fun, because a lot of them have some interesting effects. Then again, some of them are gonna be mostly pointless, but it could still be fun to use them. Aside from that, with Baka, we can go ahead and walk through the rivers and grab a magic lamp over here. The magic lamp is an item that we can use in combat, and it starts from the strongest summon, Bahamut, then goes through Leviathan, Odin, Sildra, Cartoblepus, the thing that gives you all the shields, as in wall for the entire party. I forgot what it's called. Carbuncle, there we go. And then Golem, and I think afterwards Ifrit. Either way, it goes through a whole lot of summon spells. So it's kind of neat. You can refresh the magic lamp by going back to the spot where I just picked it up, or technically in the trench where you're literally below the history falls as well. Either one works in order to refresh the magic lamp. Also, I'm walking all around the world on a yellow chocobo buddy, because this is kind of like a mini side quest for getting a special piece of armor that is called the Mirage Vest. Mirage Vest doesn't have any stats associated with it, except that when you begin combat, it gives you 1 charge of image, dodging the next physical attack that is going to be, well, targeted against you. So it's kind of neat. Plus, you can do some minor trickery and exploit that the game, for some reason, reapplies the image status to you when you change around the items in your inventory. So you can just move something around and boop, you have another chance, or well, you have another guaranteed block against the next physical attack. It's really, really good if you use it that way. And even if you don't, just going through random areas where enemies hit like a truck, but you just want to run away from them, it's pretty good for that too. You would think I actually know where to go nowadays, after having done this probably like 50 times. I still don't really know. I'm just kind of fumbling my way around the world eventually. Okay, and with this we have completed the side quest on the yellow chocobo buddy. Then we go and ask the guy here. By the way, if you enter the void, even if it's by accident, then you immediately go outside, the NPC that gives you the Mirage Vest for that little side quest is no longer there. Big whoops. Here he is, hello! Get the Mirage Vest. Thank you. Alrighty, so my goal is to get the Wonder Rod from the Fork Tower, and for that we have to actually beat the Fork Tower, otherwise we can't get out of it without being a time mage who can just, well, exit out of it. And that's gonna be a tricky affair by itself. But before we can even get to the Fork Tower, we have to complete the Island Shrine, so the barrier in the Fork Tower gets removed. So that's gonna be my next goal right here. You wanna prepare anything? No, I think we're just gonna go straight up with a chicken knife, huh? Not really anything I wanna do in here. Yeah, this is fine. Broker? Stoker? Walker. Oh yeah, I forgot about the gargoyles at the entrance. I tend to do that. I do want to have more physical attack power, so I'm gonna equip the agility equipment with the Dark Hurt. Bone melee is fine, gives me more physical defense. Flame shield for blocking attacks. These gargoyles are the exact same as the previous ones. 5000 HP each. You kind of more or less want to defeat them at the same time, but now that I have the haste shoes, I go about twice as fast as they do. I don't even need to use or break a magic rod for them anymore. Wow, 3 times in a row for running away. As I said, it is supposed to be a 1 in 3 chance to run away whenever you try to attack physically with this weapon. It certainly feels like it is a lot more right now, but that's okay, that happens sometimes. All just variance. But you can see that the gargoyle on the left is about the same speed as we are, and the gargoyle on the right is actually slightly faster. That is because enemies, when they start combat, they have a certain base speed. But then randomly they get +1 speed or lose 1 speed whenever, well, combat starts. So the guy on the left lost 1 speed and has the exact same agility as we do, and the guy on the right has +1 speed, so he actually is going a fair bit faster than me. Oh, fusion, let's see. Oh, don't miss now, Ferris. That's silly. Oh, come on! I don't even get to try. So, what I wanted to do is attack the guy on the right, because the fusion is supposed to target his body, which heals his body for full HP and MP. But sometimes, well, because they target randomly, they target themselves with fusion, and consequently, they could, in theory, just target themselves, so they don't actually heal their body. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to knock out this gargoyle here with a physical attack after this guy moved, and thanks to my haste, I can now just finish this guy off with an attack that deals about 1000 damage. And in order to guarantee a hit, rather than run away the entire time like I seem to do, I'm just gonna break a fire rod here. Alrighty. So through the wall here we get a bunch of money. Do I need the money at this point? I mean, I could buy more elemental rods to... Actually, yeah, I do need the money. Because I will want to have a lot of elemental rods to break against X stuff. Then again, so here's the thing. My original plan was to just become immune to Grand Cross and just use rods to defeat Neo X Death slowly but surely by being minute and breaking all the rods. But I forgot. Well, let's equip the crystal shield for slightly more of defense. I forgot that the doom clock was a thing, the condemn. So I will have a 1 in 18 chance to die anytime Grand Cross hits. Anyways, maybe I just stick to the strategy, maybe I will figure out something else. We'll see. Either way, I will need a lot of elemental rods to break, regardless of anything else, so we're gonna grab all the money along the way, I think. Was horaire. Here's a crystal helmet. I could have bought one, but I'm gonna sell one instead. The one thing I'm actually kind of worried about is how much damage we're gonna take from... Almagest. I think we have enough magic defense that it should be fine. Probably. Oh, Toad Avis. Huh. Alright, I was about to say, these things are often very difficult to run away from. They have like 30,000 HP and really are not worth fighting. I just managed to run away from basically first try. That's lucky. Wow. Okay, so mean. Level 4 quarter, so among other things, these guys are a reason why I did not want to have level 40. Rather, 41 is just a prime number. Because none of the level spells can hit me. It's a good thing. A Mime should be pretty good at sneaking after all. Well, that's what you think. Ether. I will want to float going into the void. Maybe I'm actually going to remember for once before going in there. Because the mine does not have enough damage to, well, not be floating, I guess. Here's a circlet. That is +3 magic power. It's a thing that we could have bought in Mirage Village, and I pointed out. Slonin. Locked. Locked. And run away. Chest on the left contains a dark matter. Let me actually think about this boss here real quick. Because I don't want the bone mail. I need to have evasion. I might even want the angel robe. Just for the magic evasion trait. I would love to have Aegis shield here, but I didn't go for the Aegis shield earlier. Let's see how this is gonna go either way. They can kill us, I just hope they don't. Either way, welcome to Stalker. Stalker has 20,000... Wait, that's not true. I fought this thing so infrequently that I forget its HP. No, it is 20,000 HP. Alright. This thing has 20,000 HP, and initially all of them are real, but you don't want to use area of effect attacks on this guy, because they will counterattack you with frost attacks. Which, to be fair, I could just equip an ice shield. And break a ton of rods. Either way, one of them is real after the first attack. But I need to attack them at least once in order for them to become real. All of them will usually use the same ability on the same turn. Mime Plus would paralyze us, but we are immune to paralyzation thanks to the running shoes. So now we don't know which one of them is real. So we're just trying to figure it out by hitting one of them. Ooh, that's a lot of damage there. This is where the low maximum HP kind of comes into play again. We deal pretty good damage, but ooh, this is why I have the Angel Robe equipped. I can use Hurricane. And if we still have the HP leak status from the Mind Blast, then we might be in big trouble. And where's my... oh my goodness. There he is. Your inventory management is absolutely horrible. Seriously though. You keep putting the things that I need at the bottom. Ah. There's a chicken knife. Alright. So I'm just gonna try and hit the guy. So I hope it's the first front three, because they take full damage. The bottom left guy is actually in the back rows. I would only deal half damage to him. Ow. Must be so many gears inside the food box now. Yep. The nature of the beast. Charm would confuse us, but we're immune to that. thanks to the bone meal carry over, which I didn't even intend. I forgot I could use charm. But it's just, well, that can happen. I was just equipping for the fight itself. Oh, I guess it's the bottom left guy. Probably. Sometimes they blink and I have no idea what that means. It could just be that they fake us out or something like that. Hey, it was not that guy. Maybe it's in the top right now. Nope, it's not that guy. It's on the bottom right now. I don't know. We're back at Mind Blast. 2 Mind Blast. You can reflect these if you have a guard ring equipped. I think I might have attacked this guy already. And there's another hit. 3 hits so far. We need like 8 or so. Okay, 2 hurricanes hit. The thing is, if all of them have their speed aligned, a hurricane is not that big of a deal because they are just gonna all try and hurricane at the same time. Still going to cost me an elixir though, to heal up as quick as I can. This guy? Nope. Nope. Here's the next one. Alright, it is hit number 4. We need 5 more? I think 5 more should do the trick. Well, let's see if he isn't in the back row on one of the hits. Hit number 5. I think I wanna heal. Also, I switch to the Guardian Dagger whenever I heal, so if they physically attack me, I have an additional chance to block it. Pretty that simple. I have to admit I don't know their AI pattern, so I don't know when on how they can attack me physically, so I just switch by default. Hey, another hit. Number 6. 3 more. Ow. I think next turn they can probably Hurricane again if they feel like it. It feels like they only have a 1 in 3 chance to use Hurricane in the first place though. And we got hit. That's okay. Ow. Nope. Hey, there's another one. 2 more attacks. Or hits, I guess. Actually, might be 3? I don't know. We'll see. The spot switch happens every 7th turn. Ah, that's how it works. I have to admit I've never really looked into this guy here. And all the chances to do anything are 1 in 3 on other turns. Fights every even turn. Or well, fight attacks I guess is what I mean. So that means Mind Blast and then eventually occurring regular attacks. Kind of likely in the same turn. Yeah, to line up anyways. For the Hurricane. Have I attacked the top right guy? Oh wait, it just switched, didn't they? Because it kind of looped around. Hurricane, miss. How convenient. Nope, it's in the bottom left this time. Damn. Because that means I need still 2 more attacks. Which, to be fair, at least if he's in the bottom left, that is going to count as as an attack. Hey, 1 more hit. Where do you think he's gonna be? Here. Nope. Oof. So I think they might have switched. Not here. Not here. Not here, so it's in the front. Probably. Unless that last switch actually messed it up again. Ow. Nope, the last switch messed it up again. It was in the bottom left. Okay, we win. So now the others just need to realize that they are dead as well. Yep, you can put them to sleep, but there's like a separate entity that makes them switch places anyways, and actually, weirdly enough, wakes them up so they can do stuff again. It's such a weird boss fight, honestly. But hey, Island Shrine complete. The Fork Tower opens, which is the main reason why I went into the Island Shrine in the first place. And, well, how do you complete the Fork Tower with a solo character? Well, the short version is you don't. The little bit of longer version is, the way I'm still going to technically complete it is I'm going to go up the right side with the solo Mime, defeat the Minotaur boss there, reset, then go up the left side with the solo Mime, defeat Omniscient, while I send the, well, 3 low-level samurais up the right side to deal with Minotaur instead, because Minotaur is easy enough to defeat with even level 1 characters, because he has 0 physical defense. You love that fight, when you can put all to sleep and then just single target the one of them through magic damage. Yeah, the thing is, you actually need to wake them up in order for them to realize that, hey, you should probably die, because they don't get the turn when they are asleep. That's the weirdest part about it, like you can defeat just one of them. Or if you put all of them to sleep at the very beginning of the fight, before they ever switch once, you can technically defeat all of them individually if you want to, because each one of them has 20,000 HP technically. It's so weird. That chest, by the way, here contains a guard ring, but it's guarded by a machine head or a prototype enemy. Both decently dangerous. I'm not even going to try defeating them. I can defeat both, but I'm okay. Sometimes when you wake them, sometimes they don't take a few turns before dying. Yep. 9,000 monies. Can the Mime use the weapon in that box? Oh yeah, actually, yes. Yes, we can use that. Oh, I forgot about that weapon in the other box. I completely walked by it without even mentioning it. In that weapon there's the Golden Sun disc, or whatever you want to call it. It's a boomerang type weapon. Unfortunately, pretty much any other weapon from the Sealed Shrine is almost strictly better. It's a decent boomerang type weapon if you could somehow get it before you either get the chicken knife or access to the Sealed Shrine weapons, honestly. Oops. But yeah, maybe if you have like a ninja brigade and you need like 8 weapons total, then one of them might be able to just use the boomerang, because it does deal full damage from the back row. It's just a stronger boomerang type weapon. Instead of a half moon, it's a golden sun, or I forget what the exact name is. Like something sun. I don't know what it's called, sun. Alrighty. Rising Sun it's called? Interesting. Okay, now for the barrier tower. I'm gonna immediately set up everybody here. Please wake up. Please wake up. Gonna use a cabin, because I will need the low-level samurais here. Golden Sun is a video game. Now you want to play Golden Sun. It's a good video game. I've never played the second part though. Alright, gonna turn you guys into samurais. The samurais are kinda broken. Well, not broken, they're just crazy good. But some consider to be broken, to be fair. Right. Gonna empty their equipment, I'm gonna equip them... well, later. I'm gonna finalize the equipment for Ferris. Bone mail, running shoes, dark hood, crystal shield, and... well, not front row, I guess. Okay, so, as mentioned before, the Fork Tower, you need to split up your party into the left and the right side. The left side is magic, the right side is physical. And, well, because I have a solo character challenge run, it's technically impossible to complete as well with a solo character. Because you have to split up your party. So the compromise is, I'm gonna just prove that I can clear the right side of the Fork Tower with a solo character, defeat the Minotaur up there with just physical attacks, because you literally can't use magic in the Minotaur battle. And then I'm gonna reset and go up the left side. You're saying the second one could be a monthly game. I would want to play through the first one first again, like, to be honest, Lethy. Because it's been so long since I played through Golden Sun, I don't even know most of the story anymore. Unfortunately, I still have to bring both of the character sets up there. Yeah, actually, you don't get the dark robe. We need that for Ferris, I just realized. You get a Mirage Vest, this is fine. Alright. On the left side, the random encounters are going to be enemies that you need to defeat with magic unless you one-shot them with physical attacks. Because if you don't one-shot them and do physically attack them, they will often counterattack with stuff that will kill you instantly. Maybe your entire party, maybe just one character. Either way, they are ridiculously strong, and they only counterattack with that abilities. So, just use magic on the left side, and physical attacks on the right side if you don't know what to do. By the way, the encounter rate is low enough that you largely don't even need to worry about it. You often can just get through here without even getting to any encounters whatsoever. Right, left side is done. Don't need to worry about them over there anyways. But here, what I want to do is... I actually want to equip the dark armor, because I need to heal myself during the fight. Probably anyways. And let's just move. Right side, the exact other way around. If you attack the enemies with magic, they will counter-attack with something that will probably kill your entire party or at least one character. That is correct, except for the entrance, which is actually the highest encounter rate. Oh, really? I had no idea. The chest I'm skipping, I'm gonna point them out the second time through, because the first time I'm just gonna reset anyways. So, yeah. Maybe this chest here on the left side. It's a defended sword. It's a knight-only sword. This left side is what I mean. This chest here is the defender sword. It's a really good knight weapon. If you use it in combat as an item, it gives you the armor or protect trait, meaning all the physical damage you receive is halved, which is really, really good, honestly. Okay, yep, this is as good as it gets. Let's go. Need to be a little bit careful, because here we are fighting the Minotaur. Minotaur has 20,000 HP, and it can counterattack. I don't know whether the counterattack chance is 1 in 3 or 2 in 3 chance. He doesn't always counterattack. Either way, he has 0 physical defense, and if you try to cast magic in this fight, it might not work. Either way, if I attack, deal pretty good damage. And if he attacks me, I have a high chance to block the physical attacks thanks to the crystal shield. He does hit pretty hard, but even as a character that is largely magic based and has poor physical stats, like a black mage, with a chicken knife you still have largely no trouble defeating this guy, even without a shield. You just need to heal, then attack again, etc. It's kinda straightforward, honestly. I'm just gonna heal to full every turn. You know what, I could just use the elixirs to heal to full, because I'm gonna reset anyways. But yeah, generally speaking, very easy to do. Also, you may notice something interesting. The chicken knife always deals the exact same amount of damage. It does not have any variance associated with it whatsoever. It's always going to be exactly 2625 damage. In this case anyways. I think the chicken knife is not quite yet at the highest possible strength. I don't quite have 355 encounters run away over the course of the game. But yeah. 2 more attacks and I'm gonna win. 1. And... not quite 2. And... there. He tries to cast Holy in the end here, but he does not have enough MP. It's kind of funny. And even if you give him an Ether so he can cast Holy, his Holy is not even that strong. Either way, Minotaur defeated, no problem. We reset. As mentioned before, this is just to prove that, hey, I can, as a matter of fact, defeat this guy without any trouble as a mime. Now we go up the left side. The left side I will go for a different set of equipment here. I'm gonna equip a wall ring, bone mail. Sure. Yep, wall ring, bone mail, and I will want to have the flame shield. Chicken knife? Yeah, I'm gonna keep the chicken knife here. Yeah, this is basically as good as it gets, really. Okay, and so I'm going to just equip as much evasion equipment on the other characters as possible. I'm gonna give Kara the Mirage Vest, the running shoes. Wait, no, you don't get the running shoes, you get the elf cape. So she has a lot of physical evasion. As a matter of fact, samurais have a built-in dodge chance. I don't know what the chance is, like a 1 in 4 chance to just dodge attacks, just naturally. Samurais are pretty crazy. And you get the ice shield for 40% block chance. Dark armor, so your slowing is slightly faster. Defense does not matter, they get 1 shot regardless. You get a Guardian Dagger for more physical block chance, and the running shoes. That's going to make you faster. Vyrlos, the only samurai that we have here that is level 2 rather than level 1, which means he deals slightly more damage. I honestly don't even know whether that makes a difference. We don't have another shield for you, so... it'll be fine. Alright. So, potentially, we're going to take a break for today. If I can't defeat... the Carpet Wizard quickly. Because I honestly don't have a good plan for Omniscient here. I was just thinking, I could hang on. I will get the Wonder Rod. I could cycle through the Wonder Rod until Berserk. I can cycle through the Wonder Rod until Berserk, but unless... well, I would need to do this probably before the encounter. I guess I technically can speed it up. Is there a Mage Masher somewhere? Oh, actually I don't have a Mage Masher. Yeah, actually I don't have a Mage Masher. Mini yourself with Wonder Wand as well? Yeah. The thing is, I don't have the Genji Shield yet. And I kind of don't want to go into the void to just get the Genji Shield and then walk all the way back outside. Well, take care, Blood. Have a nice time, have a good night, and thank you for dropping by. There's the tedious option, which is probably what I'm going to go for, honestly. You don't need elixirs actually, it's not gonna deal any damage to me. At least not if he is getting into an AI rut. That chest over here contains an ether. Not that valuable, so I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. I have a bone mill for the drain, but the drain would get through. But I have the bone mill for now. Trying to think right now. Yeah, there's a very unique way on how I can defeat Omniscient with the Mirage Vest. Plus mini myself. No, if I mini so the problem about mining myself is I don't really deal damage. I don't have enough rods in order to defeat him. I guess I could just keep using the Wonder Rod. We skipped Omniscient in the Berserker. The problem with Solo Berserker Omniscient is that the AI, or the RNG in Final Fantasy V is very prone to getting into, like, RNG patterns, where you just keep seeing the same fight over and over again, unless you change something about them. And that's the problem with the Berserker. It is technically possible to defeat Omniscient if you just kind of go by pure probability numbers, but practically, because the randomness in Final Fantasy V is so limited and so prone to getting into RNG loops, it's practically impossible. Yeah, it's too RNG reliant, but the thing is, it's technically possible if you, in theory, would leave the console on for long enough. But practically, it will never happen, because you just keep seeing the same patterns over and over again. Alright, just trying to think. The alternative would be really to just put the... use the Wonder Rod for Berserk and... You know, I'm going to do this with a freelancer. I'm not gonna worry about this with the Mime. It's gonna be a fun way, I think. Actually, if I had the Zerg Rod from the other guys, it would be more fun. That'll be fun. Okay, let's just do this here. It'll be fine. I think we're gonna finish this run tomorrow, as a consequence. You'll see why. Yeah, Wonder Rod has Berserk if I cycle through far enough. But I can't really cycle through without... excuse me. I can't really cycle through unless I unequip the wall ring. Then again, I would want to use a haste boots anyways. That chest up here contains a high potion. No, I'm going to go wall ring. As I said, I'm just gonna go the long way around, but that's guaranteed to work. Block. Block. Alrighty, the encounters here, of course, we don't want to fight with the low-level characters, but they wouldn't be too terribly difficult to take on with physical damage. But they do hit pretty hard. That is very accurate here, actually. They do hit pretty hard. Especially Lena, who has the least amount of evasion of the three characters. A little bit in trouble, potentially. This is also why I bought a bunch more Phoenix Stones than I had earlier. Defend the sword. Alrighty, I'm going to just go the lazy way, honestly, for this one, which means we're gonna finish this tomorrow. But before we finish this tomorrow, let's just do the fight real quick here and get the setup for Omniscient, and you'll see what I mean, in case you don't know about it yet. So, on the right side here, we are going to fight against Minotaur. Once again, whenever you attack him, he has a chance to counterattack. It feels like it's a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack. He has 0 physical defense, which means even level 1 character with Guild Toss are going to deal pretty solid damage right here. And because we have a lot of physical evasion, we will often be able to just defeat him without too much trouble. So I don't necessarily want to revive Lena here. You know what, as long as I have Kara with the Mirage Vest, it's gonna be fine. She will never die in counterattack hit. Lena just doesn't have enough evasion, really. So what we do, the Mirage Vest is gone, but I just switch something around in the menu, and as soon as I take a turn, Mirage Vest is back. Very convenient. And that's all we do. It doesn't even cost you much, it's like 50 gold for a level 1 character to guild toss and 100 gold for a level 2 character to guild toss here. So the danger of actually still dying in this encounter would be if he hits both my 2 remaining characters at the same time by just pure chance. But because we have the Mirage Vest, that's never going to happen. I just need to not take both of the characters' turns at the same time, because that could be pretty unhealthy. I always need to wait until he possibly counterattacks here. Alright, and 2 more guild tosses and we are the winners. 1 and 2. Yeah, that's not broken. The thing is, the money cost scales with levels, so does the damage. Plus, guild toss damage is reduced through enemies' physical defense. So, yeah, at this late stage in the game, enemies have a lot of physical defense and the damage would be significantly reduced, let's put it this way. Either way, if you don't interact with the globule on the left side quickly enough, you will actually instantly lose. It will game over, like there's a hidden timer ticking down. So we need to interact with this, and welcome to Omniscient. Let me just quickly demonstrate what the problem is with this guy. If I attack him with anything that is not specifically a magic spell, he's going to cast Reset, which resets the entire encounter back to how it was at the very beginning. So, how do you defeat this guy? Well, I think he has 30,000 MP. So with my setup, he can just mute himself, and I can then subsequently give him an ether while he's muting himself, because giving him items is not specifically a magic spell. Consequently, if I do give him an item, he will try to cast Reset, but because he just muted himself, well, he can't. But here's the thing. You might think, oh, he's going to eventually kill himself, but he does cast Regen on himself once in a while, plus he comes with the innate shell and armor status, so all the damage is gonna be halved. So theoretically, what you can do is, if you're fast enough and quick enough, you can use a Mage Master dagger on yourself, which has a 1 in 4 chance to proc. It has a 1 in 4 chance to proc on yourself, then you reflect the mute off of yourself with the physical attack with the Mage Master to Omniscient, and then if you have haste and Omniscient does not have haste, you can then get 1 attack in afterwards. The thing is, the chance to proc is a 1 in 4, and then you also need to hit the mute, which is, well, already a low chance, and then halved because he has shell as an innate status effect, unless you dispel those status effects. So, basically, because he always will cast the Reset at the beginning of, or as soon as you do anything that is not specifically magic, even if I break an elemental rod, it's not magic, he will cast Reset. Yeah. He has about 18,000 HP, and if he slows himself, you actually can mute, or, well, use the Mage Master on yourself, and then attack. But if he is normal speed, it doesn't work. So yeah, how do you defeat him? There's a bunch of ways. One is what I'm doing right now, running him out of magic. It takes about an hour or 2, something like that. Not gonna be terribly fast, which is why I'm saying I'm probably just gonna finish this tomorrow. Leave the console on for now. Alternatively, you can hope that he reflects mute and stop off of himself for long enough or frequently enough that you get in enough damage. For example, a hunter would have enough damage with rapid fire to eventually kill Omniscient before he can do anything else. There's a very slight chance that once I look at this console here later, that Omniscient might have killed himself, because he might be able to deal enough damage to himself to counteract the regeneration. But the chance of that happening is kind of low. At some point, Omniscient is going to get into an AI loop where he's going to cast the same sequence of spells over and over and over again. This is what I mean with the RNG in Final Fantasy V is very limited. So the only thing he can technically do in order to damage me is wall on himself, and then he tries to cure himself. Because I have a bone mail, he would actually damage me through that. So yeah, this is Omniscient. Also, he just tasted me, thank you, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of all there is. All I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna wait. Maybe I will do some random action just so he gets into a different AI loop. Maybe next time we come back he's actually gonna be knocking himself out. The reason why I gave him an ether is because he starts with like... Let me just get you the proper number. He starts with 30,000 MP. So 30,000 MP is kind of a problem there. But I gave him an ether, which actually reduces his MP up to a maximum of 9,999, because, well, that's the maximum a player character can heal to. So I just destroyed 20,000 of his MP, so it's going to be slightly faster. Then again, if I just leave this console on overnight, it's not gonna make a difference. And yes, hypothetically, he can kill me with Reflected Cures, which is why I'm saying I may potentially have to take a random action so he stops doing that. So I may actually start keeping track of his actions here. He just muted himself. He still hasn't fallen into an AI loop, by the way. Still has not fallen into an AI loop. Let's see, I'm just gonna start keeping track of now. Charm. Ice 2. Wall. He keeps casting Wall though, and then Cure, which is a problem. So I actually have to do something in order to change up things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use a Lucky Mallet on myself to change up the AI turn order, hopefully. So now he is going to go a different route, hopefully. Mute. You know what, when he's muting himself, I'm just gonna try not hit him. Because why not? Might actually change up what he does. Okay, let's see. Toad. Where's Toad? Toad is in the 5th turn. Toad, Demi. Actually, Bolt 2. And he has Wall. Don't cure, please. Oh my goodness, you're such a meanie. You might kill me this way. Because I don't actually have a way to heal myself. Actually, that's not true. I can break a Venom Rod on his wall once he does that next time. Regen. I can't get the regeneration status due to having the Bone Mail equipped. Venom. Size. Cure 2. The Cure 2, by the way, is the main problem why he does not usually kill himself through counter spells. He can. It's possible, I've seen it before, but he usually doesn't do it before he gets into an AI loop. Wall. Alright, gonna break a Venom Rod on him. Hopefully that doesn't trigger his thing there. And Cure. It doesn't trigger it. Nice. Mute. I just wanted to make sure I get into an AI routine before I'm done today, but you know what? I might just well just move to the front row in case he mutes himself. Fire 2. Where's Fire 2 in the AI? There it is. Bolt 2, Ice 2 or Quarter. Bolt 2 it is. Volt, Rain or Bio, hopefully Brain because he heals me. Ah, thank you for the heal. Actually a lot of damage on him, curious enough. Cure. Nice. Mute. I mean, sure, I'm just gonna try and hit him when he does that. I forgot to equip the check knife again. Whoops. That's not smart. Demi. Hello. Charm. He cannot be confused in case you're curious. Ult 2. Wall. Don't cure, please. Fire. There we go. It didn't cause cure. Scan. Well, he technically is still losing HP. Haste. Thank you for the haste, I guess. Dice float or nothing. He did nothing. Your turn. Fire 2. Ice 2. Let me guess, you're gonna use Rain again. He didn't. He uses Wall. What a meanie. And Cure. Oh my goodness. Stop. Ice. Mute. I'm gonna hit you. I mean, technically I can defeat him like this eventually, because he seems to be prone of just muting himself. Here 2. Charm. Bolt 2. Are you gonna wall again? Nope, drain this time, okay. Cure. Alright, let's see. That Cure, by the way, is the first of his actions he can take. Cure, Ice. Haste. Float. Demi. Fire 2. Bolt 2. Are you gonna drain again? That would be neat. Yep, drain. Oh well, he missed. That's unfortunate. Ice? Nope, scan. So he's not an AI routine yet. But he's technically losing HP. Mute. I'm not gonna attack, I'm just gonna let him do. I want him to get into an AI routine here. Toad. Fire 2. Bolt 2. Oh, he did nothing in the previous turn. And I didn't see that one. Either way, he's gonna start casting Cure again. Again, he might be in an AI loop now. Mute. And hits. Toad next. Actually, no, he did nothing next. No, he did. Oh, wait, Toad is here. I see. Fire 2. Bolt 2. Rain, miss. Yep. Alright. And Cure again. You know, I actually might be able to kill himself at this rate. Not quite. I don't think he deals enough damage for that. Mute. Alright, he's in the AI loop. Does the Air Lancet have air element to it? Yes, it does. So we could attack with the Air Lancet, but because it has so much less attack power than Chicken Knife, it is still strictly better to just use the Chicken Knife. Well, unless you get really unlucky. I like that one, Wolf Soren. You missed Rain, which also missed. Does he reset on the magic lamp too? Yes, because using an item is not the same. Let's actually see, how much HP does he have left? I didn't see the number. Because he might just slowly deplete his HP here. Yeah, he has shell armor and regeneration. If we could dispel him, which technically we could if we get the appropriate weapon for it, it would eventually kill him. Why does Omniscient keep missing his train attack? Because he's an RNG loop. Basically, as mentioned before, Final Fantasy V is very limited in how randomness works. It will frequently get the same pattern over and over and over again. And, well, what the pattern exactly is, it kind of depends on where you start. But because of the limited nature of it, I can exactly predict what he's gonna do. He's gonna train and miss again right here. And then he's gonna cast Cure. And then he's going to cast Ice, etc. Scan, excuse me. But this is kind of exactly what I mean. Yeah, he's gonna heal more than that. So this means we are fine. So what I'm going to do, everybody, is I'm going to say thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking, for being around and being awesome. I hope you enjoyed your show, and I hope you have a good time. Because this is it from me for today. I'm just going to run him out of magic. Reset costs 1 MP. Scan also costs 1 MP, so no matter what, at some point he is going to be completely out of magic. And that's just going to take like 2 hours or so. Yeah, I would say that's it for now. Thank you so much, and until next time. Yes, the 1-to-1 dispel would trigger a reset. I would have to do it during the mute, which is still possible. But yeah, good night.